Hello. You find yourselves deep in Zental Keep for one final moment. Power swirls in the air. Wishes do come true. Gastmere closes her eyes and rips through the stomach wall of the prime material plane with her clenched fist, and now you are somewhere new, where snowflakes are landing in your hair. You found yourselves in Waterdeep. Elation at your escape quickly gave way to blame and dismay. You ended far from where you started. Smithfield, Forbes, and Ruthenberg are all gone from this world. There is no praetor left at the Temple of the Radiant Heart in Arabel. After changing hands multiple times in the course of a week, the city was little more than a ruin anyway. Looters picked through what little was left. The Flaming Fist lost both of their majors assigned to Central Cormier, but most of their materiel was left untouched. The Fist quickly reoccupied Arabel and started to set their sights south towards Suzail. Tierney's fate remains uncertain. Harper scouts stationed at Deepwatch reported that smoke billowed from the underground works underneath Zental Keep for several days. Communications intercepted weeks later would indicate that the Zent flooded the western side of the keep with seawater in order to quench the smoldering fires within, interring their dark projects in hundreds of feet of salt water. The two teams sent via portal into the keep met very different fates. Smithfield's first team, composed of Roger, Clog, Tisiphone, and Ari, died at the hands of security forces, having been stopped on the third and fourth floors. The party left Roger to die, handless and despondent, having finally failed a mission. Ari still died, carrying most of your gold.
I did not realize that she was part of Roger's crew until the very end.
Within the Eastern Keep, the vault doors held, and almost all of the personnel in the keep survived. A faction of non-combatant Zentish counselors, led by Counselor Shilda, attempted to guide the party to unwittingly use the censor, thus deposing their organizational rivals within the keep. Shilda had worked with diviners for many years in an effort to ascertain how much he had transgressed, betting that he would survive a censor ring and Tierney would not. The party absconded with the censor, foiling his rise and forcing all of the Zentish leadership to coalesce around the common goal of survival. Rumors abound that after Tierney's connection to the Shadow Weave was severed, he suffered a similar fate to what he had consigned Mistra to, but few know for sure. Leagues to the southeast, in Suzail, devastation lay in your wake. The last scions of the Obarskir dynasty were executed by the Black Dragon Knights led by Samantha. Of the 400 Dragon Knights that rode north with her to retake Arabel, 17 returned. Their leader, Spanbauer, had a right balance of traits to be a military commander, but a poor politician. He could not rally the city to his cause. Economic crises were compounded by the party's actions to undermine banking in Suzhou. The country, leaderless and already flagging, sunk deeper into decline as its meager holdings were splintered. The capital's famed glamour faded, and a black curtain slowly fell onto the country. Ada was maimed by her journeys and convalesced for many dreary months. From a hospital bed, she wrote letters to faraway friends, but little correspondence returned. People's lives moved on as she recovered, and Ada found herself increasingly isolated. An old woman with an arm missing and a bulbous red eye. Little to keep her company, other than a sense of contempt for her former companions. At the precipice of her adventure, they delivered to her betrayal and loss. She had trouble staying at a tavern that served ribs, and left Waterdeep feeling deeply wounded. Ada wandered for a time, nursing a sense of unfulfillment. Trying to suppress what she saw deep inside Zental Keep, she chose to remember certain reveries of her adventure. It had been wonderful to walk Faerun with her companions. She obsessed over the memory of the day on the road north of Suzhou when she cut a spelljammer in twain. To be young again, and feel the warmth of that sun ray on her face, feeling her hair buffeted by the shockwave, looking all around her and seeing her companions fighting for their lives, the raw destruction, wooden shrapnel, the smell of burning keratin, Dispater looking her in the eye. She missed all of it. But what use are these memories with no one to share them with? It was such that she made one final trip to see those who shared the vision of that day with her. She set off to the astral plane to meet with the Githyanki. She found them to be pragmatic allies that were eager to welcome the powerful mage into a spelljammer crew. Ada lives, ancient and vengeful, in the stars.
Okay, I have a question. For loons, does Ada have the Eye of Vecna?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Do you think she ever used it?
I think she would have, yeah.
Fascinating.
Rumor has it that the Hand of Vecna is already on the astral plane. This is the place for such an artifact. I imagine Ada never casting a spell from the weave again, even if given the opportunity. I feel there would be too much bitterness in place there. Probably Ada has fallen into ethical and mental disrepair over this, leaving her home plane, sacrificing everything to make things worse in her mind. And I think it's appropriate that she can never go back, because how can you? I don't know who has the sensor, but for now. But I think her biggest regret would have been not casting banishment on Yoros and executing everybody with the censer. As we deserved.
In her eyes.
In her eyes.
In reality. You forget I have an eye that lets me see the weakness of everyone.
It's just funny that, by using the Eye of Vecna, she will carry that bitterness with her forever. She is pretty much resigning herself to this prison of failure forever.
Pretty much. The journey for Ada was definitely landing the plane as it runs out of gas. There was no return trip. There's no plan B. There's nothing after this.
Was she ever close with Mistra previously?
I imagine Ada to commune with Mistra at any given opportunity annoyingly, and Mistra probably being too busy for the most part. Ada didn't necessarily want the mantle of Mistra, would have rather seen it go to Selune, or a meticulous, zealotous shepherd of the Weave. And in lack of that, probably is fleeing the realm that is tied together by the Weave.
The spirit of Grint, because I believe Ada still had the head, right?
Yep.
The spirit of Grint probably would have asked her to bring his head to Sandabar. Do you think she'd have done that?
Yeah, definitely.
That's interesting, too.
When
if you find-
your entire existence is meaningless, any mote of meaning will be completely grabbed onto. I imagine she would be thrilled to fulfill somebody's purpose.
She was probably paid very well for that, then.
What were you going to say, Paulmark?
So if you find Ada listless, magicless in space, is she looking for the Hand of Vecna? Is that the trajectory she's launching towards at this point?
There was a world where Spanbauer offered Ada a commission in the Purple Dragon Knights as a warcaster. Politician, lawmaker, wizard, craving structure, lacking it, finding it in the zealotous, fanatical ranks of the Githyanki makes total sense. Probably not specifically looking for the Hand of Vecna, because not necessarily questing for power.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense. I think it would likely be very easy to impress a bunch of Githyanki after going like, I sawed one of your boats in half.
Yeah, it was weak. You guys are weak.
Does she ever have anything to do with the Demon Weave again, or did she just dump the book the first second?
She
could.
keeps the book, I'm sure.
I'm sure there's like a contract bounding the book to her anyway, so in some capacity.
Once you sell your soul down the river, how can you buy it back?
Gotta
It's
get a
more of a-
lot more souls.
It's more of an open question to the, not so much the epilogue, but the, where did that start? Who did she sell her soul to? What's the deal with the book, dude?
There was no specific story about the book. It was mostly, I wanted my character to be trading parts of herself for power. I didn't want to be able to access the Weave or have some patron god. When magic falls out of the world, Ada becomes increasingly desperate and turns to darker sources. So the book, as I presented it, or it didn't even have to be a book. I had like a list of ideas, which were all like, some version of Ada does something terrible to herself, and now she can use magic again. So it was always a great cost, and it didn't matter what the cost was. It was just that she was willing to pay it.
And it's very poetic that you ended up losing so many things throughout the campaign.
Yeah, just was trying to bleed the engine dry as we crashed the car, you know? That was the general concept. Anyway.
I also, Brenner's very attached to the people around him. If he wasn't going to meet her in person after we clearly had to patch you up, dragging you through a portal bleeding, he would have reached out a hand. Would you have ever responded?
You mean during convalescence?
Once everybody had separated through epilogue period, when everybody's in their brooding state in a hospital, he would have at least, if not gone to the hospital itself, sent a letter or correspondence, just trying to check up and make sure that you were okay.
I don't. What would the nature of the letter be? Would it be like,
Are you okay?
oh, like that? No. No, I'm not okay. Fuck you. No.
I get that. Brenner doesn't.
Yeah.
I did love how angry Ada was. It was very good to witness that.
You did a fucking phenomenal job, man. Like, being constantly combative, no matter what dangerous situation it was, constantly impressed me. We were in the middle of the fucking Zentarum cult, and you're just, like, bickering with the Thayan necromancers. I was just like, please, I just want to go home.
It was stressful for me to play somebody like that, because I'm definitely, like, relaxed and agreeable as a personality. So there were several sessions where I got out of session and I was, like, shaking, because it was hard to, like, generate the anxiety that I don't have personally. But thank you, I appreciate it. I think my initial character description for Ada was somebody who's really good at work, but is impossible to work with.
Nailed that.
Like a overachiever, but you have to do stuff her way, and she's gonna step on everyone's toes. But you know, you can't really fire her because she's holding up the whole team.
A demanding overachiever.
Who continues to overachieve.
This is also why I built my kit to be like very extreme, so I could have moments where I could be like, wow, look at me, I'm a level 12 wizard.
I definitely mentioned it in the post-mortem questionnaire, like what's some of the most memorable moments of the game, but there was half shooting the boat in half and half the flickering back and forth between the demon weave piling up. I think it's probably one of the most evocative moments. I liked it.
Thank you.
Nothing Gold found herself living in the shadow of her horror. Psychic invasions into her consciousness and the brown nothingness of her brief death left her changed. Her disposition, never sunny, darkened further as she grew paranoid and contemptuous. The incandescence of Gastmere was much too bright for Nothing Gold to stay in Waterdeep. Her distrustful nature led her to adopt a new identity, borrowing Ari's name and affect. She traveled east, unfettered by mountains, following overgrown paths that sky druids carved long ago. Looking down on Toril from the spine, she threw the amber gem that she had cradled in her hands so many times down a deep gully. What was all of this for? What did Kamar die for? What did Nothing Gold die for? She vividly imagined a world where no gears would turn and no gas lanterns would ever illuminate. Again and again she bit her lip until it bled, imagining the machines of the world grinding to a stop forever and ever. Alone, she roamed up into the Stormhorns to lay the groundwork for something larger than herself. She sought to burn the world of its unnatural forces. She found an ancient ironworks and set it aflame, the rising fire and pillar of smoke visible for hundreds of miles. She became the first flame druid, and she could not forgive any transgressions.
She got goth. I like that direction a lot, especially because one of the things about her character that I never developed much on screen, something behind her concept, in fact, was that she was Eden's widow. So she actually does have a huge chip on her shoulder with the Cathairs and their technology. So I think in the absence of, obviously not avenging him, in fact, not getting anywhere close to resolving any of the loss, and in fact losing more, that she sort of starts taking it out on the symbols of him that did persist in the world.
Because personally, I definitely caught on to that. I don't know if that was just directly within canon dialogue between Nothing Gold and Brenner, but
No, she
I like that through
hinted
line.
at it, yeah. She got very close to saying it out loud, but I just could not commit to some monologue about him, so.
So your character wanted to kill Tierney because Tierney killed your husband.
Yes, essentially. In the backstory, Eden proposed to her. She turned him down. That's why he got on the boat to sort of go prove himself, and then died.
I can definitely say, aesthetically speaking, the way that you described your character and the summons that you had, the little pets, was top tier. I think that was the most evocative of all the character description.
Thank you. I definitely appreciated getting to collaborate with you with the arm too, and sort of the wildfire knight that Brenner became. I think was a really cool evolution of that as well.
100%, yeah.
How does Nothing Gold feel about leaving Tierney alive then?
That's one of my greatest regrets as a player. Like, towards the end of the session, I was just so overwhelmed, I think, that I couldn't figure out, she had just been brought back from the dead. I wasn't expecting that as a player. I should have had her immediately, like, after the rest of the party went through the portal. I had this split second of, oh, she should just run off after Tierney. But obviously that didn't happen. And so I think that's something that haunts her as well. And probably, unfortunately, although Gasmere does not deserve this, it's something that she sort of lays on her feet, I guess.
I mean, when you have godhood and you decide to leave, does that really leave you as a god, right? More so that Gasmere at that point is effectively omnipotent. She can rip through space and time, teleport wherever, do whatever. Everybody just agrees to leave.
Right, and so it's interesting too that she didn't go back and say, hey buddy, hey Gasmere, can you kill this guy? Can you do it for me? Instead she runs away and sets mountains and ironworks on fire, so.
Okay, so I was always curious. Was her name actually Nothing Gold? Was that her real name?
No,
Okay.
her real name was Eve, Yves. She had a different name, Minusine, when she first introduced herself to Gasmere, and then I sort of had this idea that dryads from where she is from come out of their trees when they hear a poet come by with a line that they really like, and so they sort of adopt that line, and so her name came from I think Fragmentary Blue, is it, by Robert Frost?
That way all of your sculptures were fragmented.
I didn't put that together, but yeah, that could have had something to do with it. She also had sisters that I pitched to Mike at some point.
What would you have done with your understudy?
So yeah, Mike and I were talking about this. In reality, what I wanted was sort of a prompt where, you guys saw the poster that I sort of wrote up that she left on the druids. I was just gonna write like montage scenes, and that was gonna be the motivation for me to sort of establish more lore around her fragments, her little constructs, the wildfire forging that she was doing. I also had in mind that they could be left with projects, but the more that we got closer to it in game, like the timeline really would not have allowed for that kind of. I think it would have broken immersion a little bit to be like, yes, this guy is suddenly so good that he can forge weapons for the party.
I thought your idea of a dryad artificer who instead of using metal uses wood and paint was really cool. I have never thought of that before.
Thank you. Yeah, the idea was sort of after magic went away. Obviously, she was a druid, so now she's trying to replicate those powers that she used to have as much as she can. And probably in the future, I'm gonna come up with some weird cross-class shenanigans.
Did you have a backstory with who was the guy that died in Act 1?
Trisander? Or...
No, the main guy who was at the temple that everyone trusted.
John
Smithfield.
Smith.
Smithfield? Yeah.
Smithfield. You seem to have a background with John Smithfield, but I think that went over my head.
No. If she implied anything, it was a lie.
Ah, a classic.
The only backstory that I ended up developing with her was with Gasmere, so.
I think it was that Smithfield acted with familiarity towards Nothing Gold because he had seen her in a dreams or something like that.
Yeah, and Eden was a circle of dreams, so I think she was like, he reminded her of him, and so any familiarity was sort of from that, I think.
Real deep cut question from Mike. Whose pen was that?
Whose pen was that?
Nothing Gold, when she goes to meet John, she walks into the amphitheater and there's a gold filigreed pen on an altar and picks it up, and there's like a solid description about it. Like it's very clear that it was a well-realized item that nobody ever pressured. She just put it in her pocket and walked away.
I think it was just a well-realized item, to tell you the truth. I don't think there was any significant... I think it was just... I'm very pleased to hear you say that, because I love when ordinary items are elevated simply by virtue of their description. So thank you for noticing and remembering that, because I believe it was just a minor set piece. Euros had watched as his companions argued and fought, blaming each other for their failures. He had no interest in this. Euros left Waterdeep almost immediately, heading south, but he took one thing with him before he left. His pack was heavy with the censer of Helm. The Flaming Fist maintains a 10,000 gold bounty on him. A handful of people, his companions, a village artist, a Dragon Knight commander, know that he slayed the Queen, altering the status of the realms forever. In the deep, dark forests of the Cormanthere, there is an old limestone rock formation about 40 miles northeast of Asembra. The canopy is thick here, and few maps exist of this region. Euros bides his time here, solitary and covetous, sleeping with Faerun's ultimate superweapon under his pillow.
So Euros at the end of this has a lot of unfinished tasks in his mind, which is why he is very immediate to act on them when he left. One of the things about Yoros is every action he does is not completely thought out. It's supposed to be very sporadic, but well intentioned. At least what he believes is the correct thing to do according to him. So, like, when he cut off Ada's arm, he thought that was the correct thing to do because he did not think the censor of Helm would, well, one, put a stop to Gasmir, and two, it would kill potentially too many innocents, and he could not have that on his conscience. Because, from what he understands, or what he was believing, is the work's not done. So you can't just commit suicide, kill everybody else, and just call it a day. He would more than likely try to get in contact with Ada because he still believes that he wants her help, because he thinks that this is a situation that we all still need to work on. So as he bides his time, he will probably reach out to friends, comrades, and just start slowly building a force to correct the wrongs that he thinks that are still existing. Clean up duty, if you will.
What are these wrongs specifically?
I think the main one that's getting to him is the fact that the weave is now controlled by somebody that does not care about the weave.
Do you... That's strong, but sure.
That's what he believes. Just based on the interactions he's had with Gasmir and then the last moments in the keep and how Ada was reacting to it. I believe he is very impressionable to those he trusts. So how Ada was reacting to Gasmir's situation, I think that imprinted on him.
That makes sense.
And that has influenced his sense of justice, and he is taking that mantle upon himself. So he also still believes there's good within the Flaming Fist, and he wants to rebuild it. So, as I mentioned, his story is not done. He still thinks there's plenty to do.
You, Yoros, at some point flirted with the idea of being a supplicant of Shar. And in the final moments in Zental Keep, when you were given the Shadow Stone, or whatever would focus the Shadow Weave through you, you seemed exultant in the power. What is Yoros doing for power now that he's by himself with the weight of the world on his shoulders?
So he is somewhat magic averse. He's not technically a supplicant of Shar. So the original intention was magic. He had some skill in magic, and the rest of his skill of magic was forced upon him as a plant in the original mission. So the original storyline with Yoros was he was a plant by the Flaming Fist to attend, or to basically go in place of the original person summoned to go into Zental Keep. So whoever the original hero was replaced by Yoros, along with all correspondence and everything like that. So he was absolutely a plant from the beginning, from the Flaming Fist, being forced to help them with forced magic through his armor, through a pact that he has no idea where the magic was coming from. And it's like his basic rudimentary use of magic just got completely enhanced through that armor. So because Yoros was in Arabellan, more than likely that information was going back to the Flaming Fist, and that's why they were able to come as quick as they did. But when the magic got severed, and then, well, one, it was a relief, but two, he kind of became a little reliant on that power because he understood that sometimes I think it's also due to Ada's influence, because like I said, he's easily impressionable. While Ada was willing to give up a lot of things for power to accomplish something. So I think he, after talking to Ada and everybody else, he realized yes, he's adverse to using this magic, but at the moment he needs it to carry out what he feels is correct. Now, post giving up the orb, or post leaving, he would probably not want to access the weave. I would assume he wouldn't, with the weave messed up, and, well, I don't know if it'd be messed up. I don't know how the weave would be working. I imagine he would access it out of desperation if needed, but otherwise he would try to not use it when he doesn't need to.
Upon reflection, do you think he ever regretted what went down with Avery and the other Fist generals?
Oh, absolutely. But due to his impulsivity, he acted at that moment what he thought had to be done. Did he want to try and fix it with no conflict? Yeah, absolutely. But just due to how things went, he just went with the flow and just tried to do what he could. But I mean, any person who is very much a yes man in an army doesn't always want to turn against their superior officers, especially when you share history with them. So, but again, spending time with the party, he understands that there's more to it. Because otherwise, for most of the time, he's surrounded by other Flaming Fist people, so the echo chamber just kept it rolling.
What do you think would have led to Yoros taking the censer of Helm from Brenner?
Pardon?
I said, what do you think would have brought Yoros to taking the censer of Helm from Brenner?
I feel like there would probably have been a long conversation about the censor. And
I don't think there would have been a conversation. He would have told you to fuck off.
then he would have, in that case, he would have taken it by force and left.
That makes much more sense.
So again, he would try to talk things out, and because everybody gave Yoris a lot of shit, he would probably by this point he's just not dealing with it anymore, and he would have just taken it by force and left.
That tracks. I don't think there was a single character that didn't give Yoros shit.
But no, everybody gave him shit.
Do you think Yoros ever paid that debt to Taldred?
Yeah, he would probably put gold on the counter before he left.
I mean, he paid the Flaming Fist debt.
That's true. Do you think Yoros is even aware that he caused economic instability for an entire city?
No, not at all. He doesn't understand financial institutions. He understands that bank holds money. Money can be spent, but the actual in-depth system that it does, he would not care or understand.
Did we ever meet, as an open question to Mike, did we ever meet the voice of Moss?
No, you did not.
Could we have?
There's a note about personal quests in the commentary document, which I will send you momentarily. This quest was not fully realized. This was just to be clear about whose fault things were. Ian was not offered enough to resolve this while the party was in Susail. You know what I mean? Like, there were not enough plot points to make this work. One of the Raymond Ross quest line centered around this idea that Yoros was one of many people being controlled, for a price, and being piped lies as a way of controlling him and giving him an aspirational identity. Did I answer the question? I feel like I got pretty far afield there.
Yeah, in his backstory, there's actually 4 other people that are being controlled, or more or less being held prisoner to control Yoros' actions. That's why he agrees to go in the beginning. And those were like the 4 closest people of his scouting battalion. More or less the only family he had.
What do you think the fate of those people were?
They are more than likely dead. But unfortunately, just due to how things played out, we will never find out.
Taldred finally arrived. He was a rare quantity, a successful adventurer. Taldred had a varied and complicated path to arrive here. He was graying now, but this is an inevitability, and not everyone who pays this price gets what he has. Taldred ended up with a possession that was more valuable than any other, a long and vivid memory of a wonderful life. Not only did Taldred have many friends, but he had the opportunity to adventure with them across the plains. The days before the spell plague were a distant memory, and while he could not remember a single one of Tyrion's lines, he remembered the way that Tyrion made him feel. There were countless threads like this forming one continuous, unbroken tapestry, a life worth living. He is the consort of the Moon Maiden, and he sees a side of his deity that few others can even fathom. Even simply holding her hand is a wonder that Taldred has never grown weary of. He recreated the Griffin Company one more time, offering security to caravans on the road network surrounding Waterdeep. He had little trouble marshaling adventurers and mercenaries to his side, having no problem settling into the leadership role that finally suited him. Brenner became a natural second in command, and Taldred had to pretend that he did not notice Brenner looking forlorn and empty most days. Taldred found himself at peace. He remains the commander of Griffin Company, and everyone that works for him has eaten breakfast with him.
Is Griffin Company spelled with an I or a Y?
I believe, yeah. I'm actually wondering what happened to Theseus, because Taldred had him in a vault in Waterdeep. I guarantee you, as soon as we got back, he probably went to the bank, opened it up, see if restoring the weave would have restored Theseus.
Do you think he powered back on?
Say again?
So did you think he powered back on?
I would like to think so. I would want it to be, you know, and they're still friends to this day.
Now
Really,
that
like, go ahead. You first.
now that it's been like 30 or 40 years, does Taldred still hate Joaquin?
Oh, that's a heavy question. That's hard to answer. I don't know. Let's file that under. It's complicated.
You never got to hold Joaquin's hand. What I was saying was, I really liked, of all characters to have returned from previous campaigns, that it was Talbot. I think that you play him effortlessly. I think it's very easy, or it's easy to see.
Thank
I
you.
really liked interacting with you as Taldred. It was very fun.
One of I like the transposition of this epilogue personally, because I told Mike really early on, before things changed for Brenner's art, that I wanted to at least have a talk by the time we got to Suzale. I was sitting like a dyad conversation with him, offering that if we make it out of this, that he should come back to the Iron Star Company, the Owlswick Company. He wanted, of all people there, Taldred to be his second in command.
I really liked the word that you chose to describe Latro playing Taldred, which was effortlessly, which is my feeling too. I think Taldred comes very naturally, and characters that flow that way are always very strong.
What made you pick Selene as his patron god?
That is a lot going on there. Just going all the way back to the very first campaign with Fall of Cormyr. We had Morella Emerask, who was a paladin of Selune. And she and Loon's character, Whitlock Chuckles Emery, they both perished in a fire, which Taldred blamed himself for. And on a mechanical level, it was definitely his fault, my fault as a player. It was my fault. I didn't start the fire, but if I would have held on to maybe a couple more spell slots, we could have got out of there. And so there was that. And so when the spell plague hits, Taldred ends up getting cut off from Joaquin. And he was already, like, I don't know how well I played this out in Fall of Cormyr, but he was already fractured in the mind because of Joaquin. And so then that happens, and then Theseus, his best friend, who he'd been living with for years at that point, they went off and made a little shop, and it was all great. Theseus gets rendered inert. He's basically dead. And so Taldred was at quite a low point there. And I believe Selune approached him because of his guilt towards Morella. She could sense that in him. She could sense a desire to rectify things, and that's pretty much how that happened. And she wanted him to kill Tyranny because Tyranny had killed Eden, who was her chosen. And so I liked the idea of this thing where Taldred, who is responsible for the death of Morella, hunting down Tyranny, who is responsible for the death of Eden, and that kind of coming to a showdown, and which it would have. I don't think Taldred would have left that keep if Selune herself hadn't personally come down there and said, "Let him go, don't bother."
There's one really small character note that I didn't notice in the moment, but when you brought it back up, I realized how much that hurt. Is when we fought the Githyanki, or no, I actually don't remember where the crown came from. You get the ruby circlet, right? From the mine shaft, the fire resistance one. When you brought that back up, when the gates are melting, that fucking hit, man. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, we have some group trauma from that campaign.
That's why I said this is the good ending. Like I mean, as far as endings go, this is definitely the good one for us.
We have the checkbox ticked of lived.
It's a big box to check.
I liked how Taldred in Fall of Cormyr was, even with Ruby in the group, was the villain. He was
100%.
He was like brutal and cruel and cocky in a very bad way. And I liked how you came into this campaign as, like, off-screen, the character development arc already happened. You weren't, like, playing up like, hey, I'm patient now, or hey, I'm not cruel now, even though I have those urges and desires, and I'm very vain, but it's not... Like, you had... Knowing your past, it wasn't, like, in your face, it wasn't hackneyed, it was just really well done. I really liked that you came in as a fully fledged, completed adventure.
Thanks. Wow.
Actualized.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Do you still have Cleric in a can?
And I don't think that ever gets resolved. No, because he goes off with Selune. His product got stolen by someone else, basically. So whether or not they ran it into the ground, who knows?
So if Taldred ends his story by reforming the Griffin Company, what's their modus operandi? What's their purpose? Where are they gunning for?
I think this is one of the ways in which he does forgive Joaquin. Like he said, they protect caravans, merchants, things like that. Taldred was always very business oriented, which is why he ended up with Joaquin in the first place. So,
I like. Actually, I have one more question, and it's not for Taldred Talton. It is for Grant Grommel. Is he mad?
oh, tough to tell. If like I said, if Ada brings Grant's head back to Sandabar, and magic has quite possibly been restored, I guarantee you Grant's grandmother had him revived. So pissed and alive, most likely. I guarantee you he came back to life, put his boots on, and went right after Tyranny. I guarantee you.
You can have your eye back.
Don't need it, never had it.
That's a great question. Which eye did you take?
I'd like to think he took the dead eye.
In my mind, it was the left eye. If that was your question.
That was my question.
Lyssa Gastmere ascended to become something more. All of us have a place in history. Hers is amongst the clouds. Her last meal as a mortal was Mystra's body. It was being used to sustain the magical connections for nearly 6,000 Flaming Fist soldiers and Dragon Knights. In a few furious bites, this magical power was condensed into Gastmere's physical form. To those who pray to her, she is known as a capricious, fickle goddess who grants magic only to those who please her whims. She provides a source for the weave on the prime for those that she deigns to listen to. You will find shrines to her with soigné marble statuettes with gray silk cloth laid lengthwise across them. The realm would come to know her as the Red Smile. She lives alone in the sprawling manse that once held her family, 1,000 voices in her head, but none from her friends, growing lonely like a monument.
So tell us about this dragon that Gastmere ate.
Yeah.
Please.
So I'm a bit sleepy, in case you can't tell.
It's okay.
Basically, I wanted to play with the idea of, like, I think several characters had this idea of like somebody who lost their powers, because that was very like obviously in the campaign pitch. So she was training to be a mage originally, and she was like a middle child of her family, so her sister would be like inheriting everything, and any like spare love would have gone to like younger siblings kind of thing. She was largely going unnoticed kind of, and when she lost the magic powers as well, she resorted to consuming like a nature spirit, which is what the path of the barbarian comes from. Like that's actually like one of the, it's literally from the book, it's one of the prompts that you can pick. That the source of the animal within is a consumed nature spirit. Lost my
Okay,
train of
so
thought.
so whenever you were raging, you were turning into a dragon, so to speak. With
I
your-
think I'm more envisioned like a lizard, but yeah, basically
Yeah,
like
'cause-
a scaly
e-
creature.
Okay. Every time in my head canon for Gasmir when she would rage, it was more or less like a lizard or something like that, not actually draconic.
Yeah, it was more like a lizard. Yeah, I was. Most of you can pick from one of the things that you can do, like you can jump really far, or you can stick to walls. So I kept picking the one where you stick to walls because I thought that would be like creepy and evocative of the whole lizard thing, because you know you see lizards on the wall and stuff like that. So
I think people were very struck in Garden Reach in like session 2 when you described Gasmir's transformation in the elevator shaft. I think both in and out of character, absolutely no one expected it.
that's good.
I thought you were a rogue for like 20 hours.
I also thought you were a rogue.
I was actually surprised by that because in hindsight, it makes sense. But at first, I was like a rogue that has +3 in strength. But
Strength rogues are a thing.
yeah, no, I can. In hindsight, yes, I can see that.
I think it came mostly from your immediate description of like sharp angles, and you've got like a rapier on your side. You're very regal, which is very stereotypical of a rogue. And then you're just like, nah, cool, I'm turning into a lizard. You're like, oh fuck, that's
Yeah,
sick.
Surprise! Rage.
Also, your early fighting styles was very evocative of a rogue archetype.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's the rapier. It's I actually like the rapier thing because most of the time rapier is used like as a finesse weapon with dexterity, but you can actually use it with strength. I found out you can just like
Jam it
you
in
know
there.
Yeah, just stab it.
yeah just brutal force, and it creates like a completely different mental image of actually fighting with it because it's no longer like elegant and like you know.
I think you played the intimidating character to a T. Like, almost to a fault. Like, I felt like we didn't want to ask. We're like, hey, what's going on with that? Because the characters would not. They're a little bit like, I'm a little fucking spooked, man.
That's
Yes,
good to know.
I very much tried to play yours as he was discouraged from approaching you for many things.
I tried to do the same thing.
I will say I was really struck, I think, in the last session when Gasmir basically calls everybody else out for having never asked her a single question. They're like, I'm so surprised you did this. And she's like, I've been hungry for power this entire time.
She did tell, like, I specifically tried to make a point of throwing, just like, because I started realizing that we were, like, approaching the end, I made a point of throwing out the, like, I was being too coy for, like, half a fucking, campaign, but then I'm like, you know what, she is getting really twitchy and desperate at this point, I want to obviously, like, get out there, so she did directly tell Ada.
Yeah, I also thought you did a really good job in and out of character setting that up. Because you gave lots of characters plenty of chances to intervene before you committed to it, and then out of character you were like, this is going to be really shocking, but she's going to do this gross thing. And so I think, you know, something that I struggle with as a player, and I think sometimes other people might too, is just making these big moves, especially when you know no one's going to like them. And so I thought it was really good to end the campaign with that, actually. That was really powerful.
I couldn't agree more. I thought the violence of action here and the sudden weight and the momentum of the party and everything sort of changing, I thought was spectacular.
It's like, there's no world in which Brenner would have liked to have seen that happen, but there's no world in which me, the player, could not have let that happen. It's like, Brenner had to have been stunned in that moment because that's such an evocative dovetail to the story.
I didn't actually think we'd get there. It was something that I had in mind as an option. Like,
You had blood on
maybe
hand!
Fine, Mistra. I did have blood on hand, but it was one of those things I like hoarding things on my desk. So. But I actually thought we'd run into Tierney first for some reason. But I think we went the wrong way. Right?
Or the
I
right
think we
way.
skipped the door.
Oh, we skipped the door. Alright.
It was the door that
Yeah.
NG died in front of.
Oh, right. Yeah,
I believe
okay.
Yoros asked about that, and everybody just kind of dismissed him. As
Because-
usual.
I think we lost the key as well.
Yeah, the janitor literally talked us out of it because we're all supposed to be good-natured, nice people, and he's like, I'll just abuse that. Bye, peep. We're like,
Yeah.
no
I mean-
way.
Yeah, it was convincingly pathetic. I mean, like, Gasmir was meant to be a character that's not going to, like, harass the small folk kind of thing, so she wasn't going to, like, tear out the throat of this completely irrelevant seeming person, so she just let that guy go. Apparently. Who knew? The key.
I do think one of the funnier scenes was when you were babysitting Yoros on the shopping trip, and you just slugged a guard for him. I thought that was a very fun moment.
I thought that was a fun bonding moment, right? Characters are doing something together. I mean, they're causing horrendous problems, but that's a bonding activity, right?
Yes, but I also feel like that would be up Gasmir's wheelhouse.
Yeah. I think it had been a very, like, long day for the characters as well, and various things had gone wrong, so...
I liked
You
how
mean
that
everything.
event, that was the event that caused us to leave Suzelle.
That's true.
We were like flirting with leaving over and over and over for like 3 sessions, and then Gasmir slugs the guard, and we're like, all right, we gotta go.
Alarm bells raising, them
Yeah.
just running down the street, like, gotta hop in the car and dip.
I know the ending narration was describing her as being sort of capricious, but do you think there's actually logic in who she chooses to grant magic to?
I was trying to kind of stick to some rules. Like she would be polite, kind of. She would be trying to follow these like rules of polite etiquette, kind of thing. Like if somebody was agreeing to engage with her in a polite manner, she might actually attempt to, like, you know, return the favor in a way. So, and I will say that because she was the middle child, she had like the biggest middle child syndrome. So if you like give her attention, kind of thing, she might actually like you. So in that way, I think there would be kind of like a way avenues to gain power from her, because I guess in a way she would her character growth would be that she would finally be breaking away from her family and actually trying something different instead of keep doing the same thing with her family that clearly wasn't working.
Yeah, she only had to ascend to godhood to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I expected it to go poorly for her, but you know.
No, that was really good. I liked at the very end, she transports everybody to her family estate. I thought was also a really good character choice. Because she's essentially like, hey mom, hey dad.
Yeah, I had this like horrible mental shit post about her running into the building and being like, I'm a fucking god now, suck on that.
But meanwhile, he is crying.
Now that you are a god, do you still think you serve the Red Knight or Tempest? How's that relationship?
I think I would have seen the relationship as kind of like a mutual goals joining hands on this road briefly kind of a thing, and she would have like politely thanked the Red Knight for her companionship on the trip. and assistance, but like politely agree to part ways in a sense because I'm assuming that it's not going to be like, hey, can you keep giving me power even though I just came into my power as well? That's a bit weird, right?
I mean, at this point, you could just show up on their doorstep and high five them.
I assume you'd be above the Red Knight in power and status. Because the Red Knight's just like a champion of Tempest, I thought.
That's certainly my interpretation.
No, I think she'd still like appreciate and respect the Red Knight just for like, you know, having her back.
I also think the turn of Gasmir doing that in all was super cool.
Very memorable.
Obviously, it feels like it was presented as you can become a paladin of Helm or whichever deity that Samantha specifically was coming from, and then you were just like, let's forget about that. We have a way better in-character representation of Gasmir's Oath.
I really like the way Mike wrote that, so thank you for writing that. I wasn't actually even aware that there was a deity like that, so I don't really know very much about the gods in the world, just like the biggest ones.
Which you are now.
Would she be friends with Selune, or is she like?
I
Can she
actually thought
even be
that I
friends?
thought that was going to come up, and I had this whole thing where it's
Oh no, flat.
It's divine intervention.
He just
It's
got
been
yeah,
redacted.
he got smoot.
We lost you completely.
Yeah,
What
go,
was your whole thing?
you cut out.
Yeah.
unfortunate. I had this thing where I assumed Selune was kind of gonna be pissed at Taldred because she didn't end up absorbing Mistress powers, and Taldred was gonna have to be like, I mean, you know, Alyssa's not bad. You can work. You guys can be friends. I'll introduce you. She's great. I totally thought that was gonna be a thing.
Taldred, the divine networking like, liaison.
Linked in with Taldred.
Did you see that? That's very Taldred.
How did Nothing Gold and Gastamir know each other?
Do you want to answer, or do you want me to take it?
You take it. I can
Okay.
fill in.
Yeah. So we had two, I think, events in mind in backstory, and then Mike actually filled in the bit where they broke into her family's museum together, which I thought was actually pretty cool. So NG, as Maya's seen, met Lissa when she was a child. She was the guest / muse of an artist that they hired to paint them. And then it was an abusive relationship, and NG ends up murdering him. In comes Lissa, who, you know, NG has been hanging out with, and that's the middle child, like Ridley said. She's very into anybody who will give her attention. Lissa hacks up the body and helps her bury it.
Underneath the perfect tree in the backyard.
Yeah. And so I think NG was like creeped out. And there's this like running theme of NG being like creeped out and also entranced by this person. It was definitely that. But I also really like this callback of, you know, Gasmir helps her bury a body and then yanks her back from the dead many years later. So anyway, that was the first, and then second, she ends up, and she is the one who leads Gasmir to the fire lizard that she eats. And so again, she didn't know that Lissa was about to do this thing, but she's staring at her, you know, this small child who's now a gigantic woman devouring this nature spirit and going, yeah, this one's going places.
God damn.
There was
pretty
no.
metal.
Was there a romantic angle? Because there was definitely like in the painting theft heist, there was like flirting. But it's hard to tell if that was like the characters flirting or just their natural prevaricative nature.
Yeah, I think NG flirts just by default. And I'm comfortable enough with Ridley where I can do that with their character. I think for me personally, although I do not think Dryads have this as a thing, like I think NG does not care, but I sort of do out of character because she knew her as a kid. I was not planning on ever taking it in a romantic direction. I also did not think that it was going to be like a maternal thing either, which I'm glad it didn't turn into that either.
I feel like the cool
it's
hippie
weird.
aunt.
I like how they left that guy to die.
Yeah, it was sort of like they
That was
treated each
great.
other as like leashed pets sometimes. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Was Trisander a Mike original, or was that a character written into your backstory?
He was a Mike original, and we killed him because he killed Kamar.
We left him to die.
Did you like Gasmere killing her uncle? I think he died then too, right? Or no? Did he survive?
Canonically, in that sequence, he survived, but what comes afterwards was never written, so it's whatever you'd like it to be.
Do you think Gasmere post God Ascension would seek out any of the companions that she adventured with? Or would she just brood in her house, having 100,000 mages yelling requests at her every day, and she would just be too overwhelmed by all the voices to, leave?
I think she might potentially try and check in on some of them, yeah. But I'm assuming that Ada is off in the Nether, difficult to find.
I mean, I don't want to be found, but you can't. I can't stop you from finding me.
I mean, I think it is interesting that two of the characters, you guys had these characters that were hungry for power in a way and doing anything to gain it, including like reading from a demon book. But then, like, when one of their companions turns into a god that could, in theory, provide you with power, it seems like Ada's pride gets in the way.
Agreed, 100% agreed on that. That's why Taldra was so pissed at her when she tried to take them all out.
It wasn't. I don't think Ada wanted the power. Ada just did not see you as responsible, which I think is accurate.
That's also how I read it.
Right. As a player, I recognize that, but from
Yeah.
Taldred's point of view,
Totally.
yeah.
I think Gasmere is largely meant to be like a very dickish character, but not specifically like designed to be super evil. I think selfish would be I think my original alignment was actually chaotic neutral, but I don't usually play with alignments, I will admit, so it's usually difficult for me to pick an alignment.
Yeah, she definitely had that feel that she was very much a noble in speaking down to people she thought was below her.
Yes, she had like two layers as well that I intended, was that she had like the animal within, and then she had the like, we have to be civilized, we have to maintain a certain like we have standards, we have etiquette, we have ways in which we must behave, and then she had this like layer of fuck all that, I'm going to eat a god. But yeah, I could see her like darkening the doorsteps of various people, like her former companions, in a probably very like creepy and menacing way without actually intending it to be that way, but that's just kind of how she is, so.
I guess she's powering NG's terrorism if she's a flame druid, so there's that.
I have no idea how the magic works, but possibly?
Did NG not draw from the Eldering?
I will admit I don't know really how that distinction works.
Is that like saloon power?
It's elf power. It's the wibbly wobbly elf weave.
A sort of sub-pantheon of elven deities. It was so written that her spellcasting focus, although we didn't lean into this very much, was this ritual that happens when dryads are birthed, essentially, where she is given these ridges of wood underneath her skin. It's sort of like vaguely torturous, right? But we didn't really talk about this very much. But that was her spellcasting focus, was inherent to her. It was part of her body. Was she was able to cast spells through the Seldarine.
And also on this note, this obviously did not pan out, but an early idea that I had, even before Brenner lost his arm, was that she was going to transmute her arm with the wood in it into a staff, have Taldred hack it off, and then hand it to... She was trying to set up Ada to draw from the Seldarine instead of the Demon Weave, but again, it didn't pan out that way.
That would have been interesting.
I mean, she did keep pestering Ada, like, hey, there's other routes. I think that was a route.
Yeah, it was a combination of when Brenner got his arm, I didn't know whether I wanted to repeat that or like take away from him that much. And Ada was like going off the rails a little bit, I think, at some point. So there was this oh, maybe I don't want to empower that. And selfishness. She would have given up her own spell casting.
I think Ada also was a bit condescending, is how I tried to play her. So, you know, oh, you're trying to tell me how magic works? Yeah, okay, good one. You know.
Very cute little tree child.
That was also Yoros. It's very early game Yoros.
Oh yeah, definitely.
How would Taldred have reacted if NG was like, just cut my arm off?
I don't know. I feel like he would have eventually done it, but he would have been like, why? Let's hear a really good reason here.
I mean, I feel like worse things were done with Grint's eyeball.
We did have a lot of macabre surgeries going on. Prying a metal bar from the chest of somebody during an explosion. We had the replacing an eye situation. We had the vivisection of Grint's head from his sloughing body.
Yeah, I really liked all of his field medicine scenes, actually.
I like that we had the head. I'm sad we didn't get to use the head, but I like that we had the head.
Same.
I was thinking about it like the whole time. Because you have to use an action and poke the eyes out of the head. It's like very visceral and gross.
Yeah, you mean you just like thumb it? You mean just like, ugh, like, oh god,
That's
that
how I
would
was
have been.
gonna do it, yeah, like a controller.
And it's gross.
I don't know about you guys, but I practiced my death line because I was like, the character was so wrapped up in dying. And I sat in front of the mirror multiple sessions to practice my death line, which is extremely basic. She just gasps, "At last."
Oh no, Ada.
Yeah.
And then she joins the demons.
Something takes her. Something not good.
I did plan the death as well, actually. That's partially why I had the blood. Because, it works multi-purpose. Blood for all situations, right?
Of course. Brenner Oswick bided his time with Taldred. 3 years passed where Brenner was the first sword of the Griffin Company, but he found no fulfillment. Brenner wrote several letters across the continent to his entrusted bannerman, Elias Kitt. He received no response, and so he bought a horse on Taldred's line of credit and rode south. He made the long journey overland to Evening Star. Brenner was eager to see Elias again and learn what had transpired in these long years since they had parted ways. Riding through the wheat fields at the edge of town, he saw red banners. He arrived to discover that Elias Kitt was now Monip Kitt, Elias took Brenner to a storehouse on the east of town, where there were a dozen old blue Oswick Company banners. That night, Brenner burned the banners and left Evening Star feeling rudderless. And so, he found himself riding north, looking toward the cragged horizon, where a distant wildfire drew him up the mountain and round the bend.
I love it.
I have questions for the DM.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead.
Let me pull up my notes.
Can I go get another water, actually?
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we take 5? Actually, that would be
Yeah,
awesome before we do this.
Let's take 5. Yeah, let's please take 5.
How's Sammy doing today?
He's doing alright. He's a little grumpy. I don't know if you've heard him chirping in the background or not. He has unfortunately hadn't gotten out of the cage much today. I've just been far too busy.
He's got so much energy to burn off.
Mm-hmm. He's good. He's been a little more bitey lately, so I don't know what's going on with that.
Is he hungry? He's a hungry boy. He's a growing boy.
No, he has plenty of food. He just, I don't know, he just gets really excited because he starts shaking and his feathers floof up a little bit, and then he just. It's very cute, but it also hurts. And then you just kind of like shake your finger to get him to let go, and then he starts doing like the head wiggle, and he just starts dancing. So I think that's just him wanting to play. It's pretty goofy. Last night he did a really cute thing. Whenever I put all the birds to bed at night, there's like a whole routine, swapping out water and stuff like that. And he'll sit on my shoulder for a little bit while I go around turning off all the lights and whatnot. And I'll do like some light exercises in my room. And he got off me and got onto the bed, and one of my blankets was like in a little like burrow dome, or just like in a ball, and he crammed himself into the blanket and crawled up into a little crevice and it just went to sleep. And so like you could peek into the little part of the blanket where he crawled in. You could just see a couple bits of tail feathers sticking out, and he was gone. He was snoozing.
Do birds snore?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, I was not expecting that answer, actually.
I didn't know that either.
Oh yeah, he snores.
Is it loud?
No. Yeah, it's funny though, because sometimes he'll fall asleep in my hand, and when he's resting his beak on my finger, it vibrates from him breathing and snoring. Because it feels like it's in between like a snore and a purr, and it's really weird. That picture's about a week ago, but that is my second computer mouse. He has completely destroyed one work mouse.
He's a working bird.
He is.
Hey. I have one document for you, and it's not too obnoxious. just the end credits and then some stuff associated with it. Have fun. Thank you so much for playing with it. I thought this campaign was great. Don't get me wrong. There's like 1,000 things I want to improve, but I thought this was great. I thought you guys all did an amazing job collaborating with each other and with me.
Thank you so much for running. Yeah.
It was wonderful, very memorable. I had a ton of fun.
Same.
Same.
I like the teaser.
Thank you. Excited to have everyone here, assuming you can make it work in another campaign this winter.
I would love to.
One thing I will put feelers out if people are, depending on how things progress between now and December or whatever, is if we need to find a different time. I sense a timing issue. Like Ridley, I know it's very late. I think like Jewel often has to like get on immediately after work. I suspect that Ian is kind of in the same boat. I wonder if maybe we could find another time or a weekend day or something like that. So, in order to be as inclusive as possible, and make sure that everyone feels good about attending, I probably will start polling for more appropriate times if that's a thing people want to do. I feel like the answer is yes.
The answer is definitely yes on my end. You immediately wanted to ask questions to the DM, but did you have Brenner question?
Yes, please. Yes, Brenner was the person who Fulmari was the person who I knew would get clipped by the campaign ending abruptly. So yes, Brenner commentary, please.
You're muted, I think.
I was talking aimlessly.
Did you
Who's
expect
muted?
your character to live? Because I feel like it was built to be a very this grizzled veteran is going to die kind of character. The fact that he lived surprised me.
Me too. Honestly, the real answer to that question is no, and I didn't expect anybody to live, mostly because I have been conditioned in Mike's campaigns to be sad. I'm extremely happy that we did that. I think if Brenner's arc had continued from his onset, like his concepting, he shouldn't have died. Shouldn't have lived. I think narratively, the entire reason that Brenner needs to continue living is to eventually die off camera and bury the seed in his arm. Like he has a new purpose. So narratively, it would have been devastating to see him go down in flames. I might also have been the only character to not have wanted to kill Darren Vet. From the onset, my entire character's arc was to go get that Censer of Hell.
To use it or to not use it? Just to have
100% to use it. So, in concepting, the entire point of Brenner was to be this spurned child of God, effectively. So he's supposed to have been a paladin type character archetype. I played him as a fighter because he was also supposed to be a bit of a fun play on the I've lost my powers, but he lost his powers before the spell plague. He had already revoked that oath, and he was happy to see it. That scarring, like, visceral, like, gods are fickle and not always correct. There's a better word for that. It was supposed to be the driving force for everything. It's what the very first interaction with Nothing Gold was supposed to be. Him be aggressive immediately. You're this magical entity bursting forth out of anything, and he's like, fuck that. And I think the entire arc of the character was supposed to be him eventually coming to terms with the fact that, like, even without magic, the world's still fucked. People are going to blow themselves up with bombs. And once he lost his arm, he was like, I'm so dead set on seeing this mission through. He had to find power somewhere. And out of all of the options, we have Yora's connection to the Shadow Weave. Nuh-uh, that's not a thing he's ever gonna do. You have Ada, despite him trusting her enormously with her grand power, he's not gonna fucking touch the Demon Weave. We have Taldred, his probably the person he was like, you're the best guy here. He's not gonna consort to Selûne. She's also a god and still falls into the same stuff, and would never have even asked what the fuck is going on with becoming a lizard person, so he's like, well, there's one more option left. I've never been more excited to see my character brutally scarred. Because I knew immediately what I wanted to do with it, and thank you so much for playing along.
Tell me,
Really
Fulmari. I'm sorry.
awesome. No, sorry, I was just gonna say that was a really awesome like collaboration between your two characters with the arm thing. That was really good.
I think you both played it really well in this. Both of you are big describers, and that project requires a lot of descriptions or no one's going to care. You know what I mean? And it was certainly something where you as the players did 100% of the work. You know what I mean? I didn't really have to describe very much at all. Both of you had very vivid, immediate ideas as to how you wanted this to look, which I thought was great.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Fulmari, but I made up like 75% of it on the spot.
Same. Thank you also for immediately playing along with it. 'Cause I think I hit you with some manic text like, hey, can you do this? You cool with this? Is that alright? Would Nothing Gold be okay with attaching a fucking arm or whatever?
I think we were already like same brain cell, because to me that was like, of course it's gonna go that way. Maybe because I already had like arm stuff in mind with Ada. I was like, yeah, I've already prepped this. We're good.
You were... There were these separate things boiling as well, where you had Alex's severed arm, and there, this had been sort of bubbling up for like ways to harness this magic, and then very much in character in a way that made sense. We had something develop with Brenner. So I don't know. I liked that these two plots naturally converged.
Maybe you had questions.
I must preface this by saying nothing scares me more than Dave asking a bunch of questions that certainly I want to have right answer, like correct, immediate, canonical answers for. So go ahead.
I first had some for Fulmari
Great.
to give you a stay of execution, which is probably worse. Brenner is not a Fulmari character. Fulmari character is like a
catty little bitch.
Yeah, like you're a whirling dervish with a sword. Or, you're a tortured artist with a mandolin that has a mace hidden inside. Tell me why you decided this route, and B, how much you struggled.
A lot is the answer. Brenner was by far the most difficult character for me to play, and I don't think I executed him well in a lot of places, and then I think I had some brilliant moments. I don't want to prop myself up, but I was really proud of a couple things, and of course, Brenner is not a me character. It's not a little flouncy little whatever, but I still ended up bringing that to him inadvertently. It just kind of naturally grew. I think one of the bigger stand-up moments for that was the conversation with Nothing Gold and Suzeo. And I was like, that's what I wanted out of the character after that point. It's the same thing that happened with fucking Lord. Why?
I love that you chose this angle for your character, because it is challenging for you personally, and it's funny because the lone warrior is like every guy's first character.
100%.
That is like the Batman archetype, the sad, combatant. Yeah.
But
Sorry,
I think one of the funnier twists on that is I never meant for Brenner to be a loner type. He's supposed to be a brother-in-arms guy. Like, he has his entire company that brought him back up. He has he had his Batman arc off screen. That already happened when he revoked Torm. or Torm revoked him. Either way you want to look at it. He had 3 years drunk and depressed in Little Avernus. It wasn't necessarily written that there was supposed to be that, but we were there and I was like, that's perfect. He would have been in the area. This is a shitty dog, like, out of nowhere kind of thing.
There was I totally forgot about this until you just mentioned it, but there was sort of a Brenner as the connection to the seedy underworld archetype that we talked about a little bit that I totally forgot. I forgot that even was discussed.
One of the things that I wrote inadvertently, Mike just asked me, like, hey, can you write up the characters for this Oswick company? They may show up. If they do, I want to have something on hand. And I wrote up all the characters that I wanted from it, because it was supposed to be, I never wanted to put that on Mike's lap, like, hey, I have 20 characters, please play with them. But I was like, okay, cool. And then I accidentally just wrote up a bunch of horrible outlaw people that reformed. And that's immediately why I started trying to tie that into our group was not lawful good. We did some fucked up shit, and that's a lot of the reason that Brenner, even though he's supposed to be this like moral compass, big heart kind of guy, is like, yeah, chill with stealing, that's fine. Like, you just have to take stuff off the battlefield. That's a pragmatic response. That's why he starts liking Nothing Gold as this like chaos gremlin kind of character. It's why it's like he's not going to put aside like resorting to power to do X, Y, or Z for Ada. It's like those are not the things that he's immediately going to go, oh fuck. As to why I played this character, Mike at the end of the last campaign was like, hey, please play something that's a little bit out of your pocket. And I said, okay.
I love when people challenge themselves with characters, so I loved that you did this. And even when you missed, it was fine, and you definitely hit a lot out of the park. Do you remember I think it was like the 3rd session, we, like, Ada came into Brenner's room, and it completely flopped? Do you remember?
Yes.
From both sides, by the way.
I wanted it to flop.
Yeah.
I knew it, like, that was supposed to be a super heartfelt moment, or even a possibly romantic moment for the characters, and I knew Brenner doesn't know how to cope with that. I brought it up with Nothing Gold too. Is like, did you love the Sala Vance when she showed up? And he was like, I don't have a space in that for my brain. I don't even know how to do that. I had written him to be asexual from the outset. I love that scene though.
I think Ada would have definitely bit if there was like a romantic connection, because it's definitely like doesn't find themselves worthy of desire type thing, you know?
That's very good phrasing.
We've all done a lot in this world, you know? Can I read off of my document?
Yes, I would love to.
These
Open
are
your
easy.
spreadsheet.
These are easy. Was Ari's death cinematic?
Was Ari's death cinematic?
Did we have a
kind
chance
of.
to save her?
You did. So there were several things. So your interactions with Roger's party were meant to be extremely open-ended. And Ari was not guaranteed to die, but I wanted it to be... There were several things that... Because I had this idea that I was really going to have to marshal the party through Zental Keep, or you would think that it was the kind of place, and I'm glad that it didn't go this direction, but something that I thought was, let's say the players say, okay, we're going to hole up here in the coal room, and we're just going to long rest. Right? So how do you argue with something like that, really? Like, other than saying, like, well, you have a feeling... And I really don't like these constructions. You feel unsafe or something. It's like, well, what the, how, like, isn't it better to show rather than tell? Anyway, all of that is totally aside to Ari. Ari's hook was supposed to be, I wanted her to have a conversation with Nothing Gold.
Who is dead.
Who is dead, right? So... it was certainly cinematic in that one of the big things, like in the Ari document, there's like, a big chunk that's like, if Nothing Gold is here, she has a bunch of lines and things she wants to talk about, and then she wants to flip her a coin. Okay? And none of that obviously came to pass. Ari could have lived, and you could have Ari and Clog were both sort of like functional characters that, like, if you tried to rope them in, or if you tried to use various skills to get them on your side, there was stuff there for that. You could persuade her. One of the version of Ari that you got was, I was, as with many things, I was running a stopwatch, and I wanted to see, like, if they do this by this time, you can have a long conversation. You can interrogate her for 2 minutes or whatever. Something that I wanted to do more of in this campaign is like these timed sequences, and that was one of them. So one of the things that you didn't experience with Ari was this, like, you have 2 minutes to interrogate her, or you have 2 minutes to try to undo her bindings and stuff like that, to try to get her away from this bomb.
What was the plot hook with Nothing Gold then?
What was the plot hook with Nothing Gold? The plot hook
Ari's hooked for Nothing Gold.
that she feels guilty. That it's like a vaguely it's like a vaguely romantic plot hook, right? This sense of longing, this sense of, we could have had something, but I did this impulsive thing, and look at where this impulsive thing has brought me.
Interesting.
So the stealing of the money and all that was impulsive, and not like Roger for some reason telling Ari to steal all our shit.
Correct. That was not. Yes, Yes, that was not meant. That was something that I was concerned about too. Is, would you take this as undermining? I did drop a bunch of hints that Ari was associated with Roger, and I think it was Taldred, inferred this and mentioned it in character. And I thought that one of the things that would occur was that you would confront Roger about this. And something that I thought might happen here's something that was pre-written. If when Roger asks you for intel to help him rob First Arabellan, if instead you flip it around and say, why, don't you kind of owe us gold, via Ari robbing you? That's something that I thought might come up.
I don't think I actually realised that connection. I must have missed it.
It flew right over my head.
Which connection?
I didn't realise that Ari was connected to the Roger.
There's one of the issues in this game, and this is something that you saw me hashing out in text last week, was stuff that was, if you didn't say, I searched their backpack to find their note or their book or whatever, there may be whole things that are just hidden, and then it makes the plot seem more opaque than it's supposed to be.
My interpretation was that Ari was supposed to be the Zentarum spy in there. Like, it was obvious that they knew where we were going. She was just keeping tabs from my perspective, so it totally makes sense that Roger would be doing the same fucking thing.
Something that I really enjoyed throughout this game was the constant game of who's the spy, and I can tell this person's a spy. Very fun. I can't believe this is I know this is like the 8th time I've said this. Burning the postcards, my God, I was shocked. That was like the most shocking thing that happened in the game for me by far.
What?
I was shocked. I don't know what I expected. I was like, I don't know. For some reason, I just found it deeply surprising.
Must have
Really?
seen everything.
Okay, these are easy. You're right.
Okay, second one. I know you improv the final sequence.
Correct.
We talked about it. Gasmir consumes Mistra, thereby conferring herself with the divinity of the person who watches the weave. Why, in retrospect, in your opinion, why doesn't Tyranny eat Mistra?
I think that great question. So one of the things that I thought I may need to retcon is, why are they keeping her alive if this plays out? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And so is there an in-character explanation? No. And I mean, there's thousands of things like this, right? Like, you have to, especially once we start firing the message spell over long distances, there's a lot of things where you either have to suspend your disbelief or the plot kind of falls apart instantly. It's like if you watch a movie from 1990 and you're like, wow, if everybody had cell phones, this would be trivial. Anyway.
I also think, an DM makes so many decisions, and every decision you make should be on behalf of your player's story, which you definitely did there. So I do not mind this continuity at all, obviously.
You know how some people cannot eat gluten? That's the reason.
Yeah, he's a
Mistra.
lich.
Mistra is Tierney's gluten.
So I personally interpreted it as it wasn't like they didn't know if eating Mistra would confer her powers like that. Like they were like, hey, we can siphon it from her let's go with that, right? Like, why they weren't desperate enough in the way that we were, or that Gastamir was. That's how I assumed that went.
Sure, yeah, they don't already be comfortable with having magic. They're the ones that have it. Gary.
Until it happened, it didn't really occur to me that you could fucking eat Mistress Heart and gain, you know what I mean? It just it flowed so naturally, and it wrapped up the campaign so
Agreed.
perfectly that, like, how could you not just immediately run with this?
Yeah, agreed.
I will say that in horror tradition, consuming things is like very feminine coded. So to me, it makes entire sense that this thing occurs very obviously to Gasmir, but Tierney never imagines it.
I didn't expect
view it
that.
more as a barbarian thing, doing barbarian stuff.
Eating
it's
the heart of
also-
your enemy.
A great play that Tierney is played up as a lot more competent out of legend than he really is. We played with Tierney, and he fucked us. But he's not an end-all be-all mastermind.
He just acts like it.
Just had these clearly like these very elaborate plans when he just needed a fork. But when you think you're smart, you make all these very complicated plans where you really just need the simple one.
Next softball. Sorry, go ahead, Euros.
No, I was just gonna say over-engineering at its finest.
Right. What happened to Taldred's lost ducklings?
There was a line in something that this epilogue is one of, I can go back some versions and read. There is some cut content, okay? For there were some lines, I could even find them. Hold on, let's go. I'm so good at this now. This is a 4. I think I knew this offhand. Is it Control Alt Shift E? Let's try again. No, it's not that.
Stop calling them ducklings. I'm like immediately attached to their well-being because they're called ducklings.
Same.
Sorry, Control Alt Shift H. The answer was Control Alt Shift H.
So were they supplicants of Umberly?
Seriously?
No, there were supplicants. There were
Cyric.
supplicants of Cyric that killed him because he choked out. There were some lines about Maris that I don't even know why I'm looking for this, but there were some lines about Maris, and there were some lines about the Temple of Cyric being resurgent and capturing the minds of the local populace after the events of the campaign. And I just cut this because it was like confusing. You know, there was just like more stuff in the epilogue, another map, like the Temple of Cyric map was planned and stuff like that. It's just a lot of stuff, right? But I would say canonically, I love this idea that the Temple of Cyric has like a mosaic Taldred sort of in his absence, you know what I mean? And like they worship him unwittingly from afar, especially after what he becomes, right? You know?
He's in the belly of the beast. Yeah, it's perfect for him.
I will say that was the most uncomfortable thing for me, was dealing with Maris.
Definitely, that was another thing where here's something I was thinking about a few minutes ago when we were talking about improv and the capability of improv. I think one of the strengths of a DM is to over-prepare and not improv. And one of the strengths of players is the ability to improv. And especially for some of these, like, I don't know why I didn't. It never would have occurred to me that Taldred is going to choke out Maris. I don't know why. I just never thought about that. So when you did it, it was very shocking to me. And stuff like that is so good at moving the plot. You know, it's just like Gas Meeting the Heart. You know, it's these big, loud, vivid actions really have a way of constructing the narrative, you know?
The reason I went with that is because it's like I was trying to think of how this would happen. How would Taldred fight her? Like, she's unarmed, she's slight. Like, how would Taldred, being who he is, engage this? So I assumed it was going to start with a scuffle, and then it would escalate to casting spells. Like, I thought, like, I prepared my kit that day specifically for a spellcaster fight. And then it didn't go that way at all.
One of the Maris character traits that I really wanted to play with a lot, and this is one of the reasons why I felt very good that she died the way that she did, is I love this idea that she's eager to die for her god, but her god wants her to hold on. You know, but she's very eager to throw herself onto the pyre.
Yeah, it was like you definitely did that character very well in pretty much every way. She's so creepy. Even after she was dead, like it just, and when she was reanimated, and oh man, it was fucking brutal.
I thought Maris was cool.
You guys have answered another one of my questions. Thank you.
What was it?
When we first encounter Maris, she's virtually invulnerable in the seat of her power in the Temple of Cyric. Maris allows herself to die in the final scene. She was in the Temple of Umberlee, sure, but I'm certain that a level 16 cleric of Cyric has fangs. Were you just favoring the storyline of Taldred here, or was there something else at work?
I think you now see it's probably about 50-50 wanting to move Taldred's story, and also I thought it fit the character very well.
No, it was a great scene.
She shows up at Cyric's doorstep and goes, "Honey, I'm home." And Cyric is like, "You had a job to do. What the fuck are you doing here?"
Exactly. I know you're just kidding, but exactly.
Was Smithfield a true prophet?
Yes.
Who was his patron?
Yes. Helm.
Helm.
Helm wants you so badly to ring the censer of Helm, right? And like, like the idea is this, it flattens you, right? It's perfect justice, right? It is a, do you like this phrase? I do, or this phrasing, wide angle. It's wide angle justice, right? It, in 100 miles around you, if you've transgressed, you are flattened into nothing. It brings you to neutrality. It forces you to confront. Smithfield was a prophet. Yes, Helm put this entire plan into motion, right? And did you fulfill his destiny? I think you did. In one way or another.
The gods in the realms. You had the whimsical scene where Selûne is having lunch with various luminaries of Faerun. And when we met her at the bottom level of Zental Keep, she seemed to be more manifested than merely an avatar in the realms. Can you illuminate to me how the cosmology works during the spell plague? And also, this is a rejoinder, and I'll just throw it to you now. Helm smote Samantha. What's Helm doing? In canonical Faerun, Helm causes the spell plague. And I felt you heavily tried to put Helm's thumb in the middle of everything as an homage to this.
Okay, let's... Always with the rejoinders. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. Gods walking the earth, Selûne at a party versus Selûne at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Something you mentioned that, like, it's... Okay, God, there's so many things. You may recall that back in, like, session 3 or 4... this may have been private, or I don't know where or when we had this conversation, but I had a lot of issues working with voices, and you may recall me specifically saying to you, I'm fairly sure I brought this up, like, I want to work on my Selûne voice, I need to get this voice down. I had this early idea that I wanted gods to be present in this campaign, and something that I wrote a lot about early on is, and this is inspired heavily by NetHack, is this idea of if you say, like, I pray, I wanted there to be something there, or like, I pray to X. And you'll notice the most divine, both player and character, seized on this, and that's Taldred. Right? Taldred, you may notice that after, like, session 6, Taldred started praying almost every night. This was very powerful, right? It helped guide his character and helped connect him to the cosmology. I love this idea that both not just during the spell plague, or not just during the time of troubles, that gods walk the earth, or gods are somehow in some space between. It's not like, I don't know. They're not impossibly immortal and untouchable, right? It's something that you can feel. It's like, what's the how did I describe this previously? It's like there's some it'll come there, but it's like, here's a better one. Can you hold Selûne's hand? Of course you can, right? Of course you can. And I wanted to sort of feel like that, where there are gods walking the earth, and there were a lot of little things I tried to do to create this world building. One of them, and I remember you mentioned this, was in the witness summons from the dream. I very purposefully had the gods who are available to be called hailing from locations where they were on the prime, where it's like, they are and I thought that this might come up in the dream. Like, I thought people may ask, it's like, wait a minute, Selune is in Waterdeep, because that's where she hailed from in the witness list. Okay, we're working our way to your rejoinder. I had a, you knew I was going to say this. I had a difficult time portraying some of the gods in a way that I was very happy with. I had a lot of opportunities to take swings at Selûne, specifically because of Taldred and Taldred's affinity for the gods, which is very fitting for a cleric, right? I think one of the reasons why I was very pleased to see Latro bring Taldred back for this campaign is that he cares very much, both in character and out, about the cosmology. And I, of course, love including this stuff. I'm going way past the sale here, but what was the rejoinder? Helm. What was the purpose of Helm? So I really like this this hypothetical manifestation of Helm as this just gray light, sort of, you know what I mean? Just like this total faceless. It was very critical to me that Helm, even though he exists as a human in the canon of FR, I really like this idea that he was, people portray, or there's this online discussion about biblically accurate angels. I love this idea that Helm is just sort of like a force, just sort of this neutral force that, it's like how you see, I'm not a Warhammer person, but who's the all-consuming chaos god? You imagine something like that, but with the idea of neutrality, reducing entropy, bringing things into line, creating order where there is none. And I love this idea that there's this, here was what I was trying to portray, among other things. This idea that in the Selûne-Shar conflict, there's a constant counterweight in the middle, which is Helm. I like this idea that there is this, something else that was minimally explored in this campaign that I wanted to explore more was alignments. If you recall, I made you pick an alignment in session 0. There were initially ideas for alignment-specific items, alignment-specific effects, stuff where I was like, well, Samantha wants to treat you differently based on if you're lawful good or whatever. And eventually I kind of gave this up because it seemed far more beneficial to say, well, I'd rather just portray a convincing Samantha than having if you're lawful good, she says this. If you're neutral good, she says this. Do you know what I mean? So there was a strong desire to strip out this alignment stuff because it wasn't very additive. And I hope you don't notice or care that it was missing. But I had this idea that one of the things I wanted to portray here from pre-session 0 was what are the negatives of being good aligned? Well, you end up with people like Samantha. Well, what are the negatives of being neutral aligned? Well, you have someone like Paul, or you have someone like Smithfield, right? I wanted these Helmites to be sort of not villains but adversaries, and one of the reasons that I wanted them to be adversarial was that they're so inflexible that they're nearly impossible to work with.
Imperious,
Samantha was definitely that.
Samantha was my favorite NPC by a huge margin.
Samantha, I don't know why she turned out so well, but she did.
I like Samantha as well.
I think it's because everything that she does just makes sense.
We also interacted with her a lot, which helped.
That's a
She's
great
very-
observation.
Yeah. I mean, she was very human too. She was powerful, but it obviously came at great cost.
I thought for sure the party would fight her. I was constantly I constantly have this stupid tab open with her, her stat block and stuff like that, just because I thought for sure at 4 separate times that the party was on their way to confront her to kill her. And, oh man, I totally forgot this. Samantha had this one line that I always wanted to deliver, but you guys never went to confront her when you were in Suzail. She was sort of here's a mistake I made. I had a lot of NPCs standing around, and I sort of imagined this in a CRPG way, where the NPCs are sort of standing around waiting to be interacted with. Do you know what?
Know that they're not hostile.
Exactly. And I wanted it to feel very much like you can walk into the Roost, talk to Samantha, get more plot details, and it's not a foregone conclusion for combat. And I understand now, after having multiple one-on-one discussions with players, that people thought it was a foregone conclusion there was combat. So she never got to deliver the line I really wanted to that helped define her as a character, which is those who love will always win out over those who don't. Or sorry, those who fight for what they love will always win out over those who don't. You know, Samantha was supposed to be this character of like violent passions, right? And like, you know, going way past recklessness, right? And you know, when you're fighting for something you love, something you really believe in, you know, you throw caution by the wayside. And that's really what was attempted to define her as a character. But I don't know how much I was actually able to put in front of you.
I think I gave you my thoughts on that in the questionnaire about how I imagine. This was especially true for Traldred. I don't know if it was true for other characters. How many of us saw ourselves reflected in the struggles of characters like Samantha, especially in a post-spell plague world where we all have to give something up to fight for what we believe is important. And so we see that ourselves and her, we don't really want to pull the trigger on that. We don't really want to get into an altercation with her because there's a lot of hypocrisy there.
We also have to believe she's redeemable.
And also, Forbes asked us to bring her back.
Yeah, true.
Forbes
Yeah.
is our favorite.
He is.
He was the nicest towards us.
He was our only friend.
Fair.
The only person not adversarial in all of Arabellan.
Well, I had Marcus kind once upon a time.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. And you got him killed.
And you immediately lost it.
You roasted. I didn't say anything to him.
Yoros
said
didn't do
wait.
anything. Yoros did nothing wrong.
I said wait, and we'll get you a mace.
Yeah, that would have saved his life.
It's fine. He's an ice imp in hell now, apparently, or something.
Yeah, an ice method. Yep.
Out there slinging ice knives.
Yep.
Yoros specifically told him to scout with no confrontation. That was on him.
Oh
You
no!
was a
Wow.
baby.
The true villain comes out.
Do you think
Campaign
that's
4, kill Yoros.
I was gonna say I suspect that campaign 4 might have the Flaming Fist as the bad guys with the way they're getting power hungry.
Well, certainly. So one of the purposes of many of these epilogues was to place groundwork for including current characters in future campaigns, of course. So I hope that is agreeable with everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, I want justice for sea turtles at last.
Finally.
The major
Company
arc.
goes down.
I'm glad that was so memorable. There are some things that are really memorable, right? That was a good one. I really like that.
I do have a addendum question to Linz's question. So more playing off the gods in the world. I believe in the middle of the campaign you strolled into our little baby Discord chat and had mentioned that Brenner's story was intentionally different. I assume that had something to do with Torn. Like you had pre-written something and you were like, just ask me at the end of the campaign. I'm like, okay.
See, he's asking the hard ones. I'm not.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm racking my brain. I have no frame of reference. Was there something relating to the backstory with Torm?
Was he ever supposed to make an appearance or whatever?
I have a Torm token. I have a Torm like affect listed somewhere, but there was no. I didn't have obviously nothing too scripted or too fleshed out.
Nowhere.
My last comment about Helm, to tie it back to my question, because of course it's about me, is
I really need to step away, so I'm going to do so. Just ask Fulmari.
That's me. Bye.
Damn.
I've been
Oh.
ghosted.
Dave left too. I was gonna ask if Gasmir would have tried to connect Ada with Imp Marcus from Hell.
That would have been really adorable and something that I would have loved OOC, but I think my regret about the Marcus thing was that my character just didn't give a fucking shit and I couldn't think of an excuse to interact with that. And I was like, that would be something that I'd normally this is actually a kind of an unusual character for me, and I usually end up playing characters that are a bit nicer than this.
Yeah, you're usually the face, aren't you, in your other games?
I can definitely see.
I'm the face in the Swashbucklers game, yeah, and the Swashbuckler is like considerably nicer as a person, and I would have like had a much easier time interacting with that on a character like that. But yeah, the mental image of Ice Method Marcus with Ada is adorable.
You just like suddenly sitting on your magical throne years later, just like, oh yeah, and just dump him in space.
Oh God!
But Ice Methods get summoned by wizards, right? Yeah, Ada clearly wants this one. Yeet!
I wanted to bring Marcus along on the journey, to be completely honest. He's like a highlight.
Clearly that works out then, yeah. Ice Method Marcus goes on a
Yeah.
journey with Ada.
I
Marcus was
definitely...
my favorite NPC.
That was cute.
I cannot say that Samantha was not the best written character. My favorite was Roger, though.
I think that's why I hated her so much, is because
yeah.
she's exactly what she was supposed to be. And
Ugh.
God, she pissed me off all over the place. In and out of character. In and out of character. I was just, ugh.
It took everything to not immediately have Brenner snap the minute that she like pulls him around at the end of the like first explosion, because he's just like out there trying to like save some dude's life, and she's like, "You've got to go do the thing." And he's like, "Bitch."
Oh, I had a Roger question. Tell me.
Oh, he'll be back.
We can
Just
still
save it.
have questions.
Because I wanted to know, like, did Roger have any hidden agendas, or did he actually tell the fucking truth about everything?
I imagine he did, because as like, I had no idea who this Roger person was going in. This was just something that got dropped in my lap and I ran with it, about how Taldred thought this guy was the biggest moron ever. And and that's why I hate to say it, but I am 100% so pleased with how it all turned out, that he got him and his entire fucking crew killed by being a complete dumbass who thought he could take on the Zentarum.
Well, to be clear, we thought we could take on the Centaur.
I think we did a great job. I mean,
We didn't do shit.
We stripped them of their magic and lived.
We literally
died.
crippled them. Yeah, and then was brought back, and we had someone ascend to godhood. Is there a bigger W on the planet? I don't think so.
I guess NG was conveniently dead at the point where she could have said something about Gasmir about it. Oh my god, so.
About what?
Gasmir about to war the god.
Yeah,
NG
actually,
was the one that would have known that that's probably coming.
well, the only thing I would have done was try to set you up to go for it, because I knew it was something you really wanted to do, and I was worried that you would feel too self-conscious to go for it, which is why I was so pleased that it happened without my having to do a goddamn thing but sit here and eat popcorn.
I was surprised we got there. Yeah, my heart was trying to jump out of my fucking throat.
Yeah.
It was a very tense moment for everybody.
I had a number of those. I think the most stressed I was right before Avery.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah.
because it's like I look at the screen and I just look. That's like a lot of dudes. There's all these archers on the wall. I'm like, we're gonna die.
We would have
go
died
in-
without Windwall. Windwall fucking saved us there.
100%. I felt us walking right back into that inn. It was like, 3CS is gonna shoot the ground again. We're gonna light everything on fire and everything's gonna die again. God damn.
Yep.
That was I actually remember that. That was really tense now because I think my character threw a knife.
Oh, you
or something.
100% started
expected, like
shit.
immediate combat.
Yes. I mean, yeah, I mean, the only thing that was happening was NG trying to get close enough to Kamar, but like at that point she was already dead.
Yeah, I was trying to back your play by throwing the knife, and then it was just like, oh, I threw a knife. We're all gonna die.
Yeah. That's one of the things I regret, is we did not get to use the Vorpal knives, because I feel like that was a plot point that sort of, imagine if she ran off with the Vorpal knife to go kill Tierney. That would have been cool.
I fully expected that I was saving those for Tierney because I figured we would run into Tierney sooner than Mistra. But I also have this is a me problem, but you can show me all the maps you want, but I'm not going to have like the mental capacity of actually putting them together and understanding where the fuck my character is. So I could just I just confidently go in whatever fucking direction I see first, pretty much.
They were spatially hard to understand.
Like, I think that the maps in general were top fucking tier. They like
They were
to
really
bring
good,
the,
like,
the
yeah.
mood and aesthetic of things, but it's like I've played a theater of mind my whole life, so it's sometimes when I see the top-down view, I immediately feel CRPG, and I don't want that because it immediately displaces me from the like in-character moments. Because it's like me, I'm seeing through Brenner's eyes. I'm trying to always play it like if you walk away and I don't notice, like. I remember we were going back to go confront somebody in the temple, right? And Nothing Gold just fucking dipped the conversation, and it's like the entire thing was Brenner was like, "We got to stay together. We got to do all this shit," and he just doesn't see her leave, and it's like I have to play it like Brenner doesn't fucking notice. It's like I know you ran off.
I think I have that same problem. I kept forgetting to. There were multiple points where I kept forgetting to move my token until somebody's like, "Is everyone moving?" I'm like, "Oh shit."
Oh, that's true. There was a point at which people started asking me, "Is that where NG is? Did you forget? Is she actually there on the map?"
It's like
It's-
of all the characters to not be there, NG is the one that would be there. She just well, dip back here. Don't worry about it.
I definitely have extreme recollection of attacking Avery as the first decisive thing the party did in the entire campaign, and Ridley going, "Then die." It's like burned into my brain. But we're all did the ring like, "Please don't do the thing," and he's like, "I'm gonna do the thing," and we're like, "No."
Yeah, one thing that was also when I started having NG bring Gasmere with her for like Maris confrontations and things. The confrontation between Samantha and Maris, I wished I had handled that better. It was hard to tell what was cutscene and what was interruptible. So
I actually had that problem a lot too, and I think we did not know when we could intervene some points because I did not want to interrupt cinematic motion.
yeah, it's like you can't really have time sequences and then not tell us when we can't act. Like train us to be like, you have 2 minutes before the NPC dies, and then
To be fair, we were pretty fucking close to saving Kamar. She got hit, one NPC hit her and brought her to death. The executioner.
It was cinematic.
Yeah.
I was mad about it. There was a whole backstory I made with Kamar and NG. She was my backup character. I really liked her.
Speaking of backup characters, and somehow they survived. Boss level Taldred keeping Elias alive throughout that entire fucking combat. I'm like, wow, he lived.
I was shocked, actually. Yeah, I expected him to fold like a wet piece of paper.
The minute I teleported on top of that boat with Yoros, I was like, he's dead. These characters are just dead.
I figured both of you were dead when you went up there, and so did Taldred. He was like, "Do not get away from me. Bad things will happen." You go like, "What's the worst that could happen?" Oops.
I don't think there's anything Taldred could have fixed it.
Nope.
Yeah, Yoris and Brenner had discussed that previously. It's like it was a very much get in, get out situation.
I think Samantha and what was his name? Spanbauer. Samantha and Spanbauer pretty much won us the fight as well.
Hello, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Ridley had a question, but I promptly forgot what it was.
Roger Dale?
I
Roger
did as
Dale.
well, which is why I wrote it down. Yes. Did Roger have any hidden agendas, or was he honest from the start?
He was honest from the start. He wanted to be the new spy master of the Zentarum. His pitch to Taldred in like session 1 was earnest.
What an adorable delusion. I like him.
Was there any conceivable future where that actually plays out? I have to ask.
There was in the first incarnation of Zental Keep, you got to the bottom of this stuff was all sort of imagined long ago. And when you got to the bottom of the left side of Central Keep, you would hit a vault door, and Roger's there waiting for you. And obviously this is very far from where we ended up, but I like this idea that instead of Saluna there to guide you morally, you had sort of the opposite, which is you had Roger Dale there finagling and saying, like, I'll open this door for you if you help me achieve this. And so that was one of the possible, again, long ago, before we had the current party, one of the planned endings was you help Roger become the new spy master.
I'm actually super happy that he was honest. One of my favorite things to do in any role-playing game is just go off on a fucking wild tangent the character would come up with. It's baseless and completely wrong. Where Brenner's just like, he's fucking us from the start, everything's awful. And it makes me happier that I was wrong.
I was fully expecting that we were going to stab him to death horribly the first chance we got.
Another character that I thought you would kill. In fact, I thought when someone made the comment, this is a long time ago, so I don't remember. Someone made the comment that if and when you saw him in Suzale, that you wanted to kill him.
Haldred?
That feels like a Taldredism.
Killed Roger in Suzale?
I don't remember. But
No, the Taldred wouldn't have done that. Because Taldred 100% wanted to work with him to get in, because Taldred, they were both trying to use each other, right? Taldred just thought he could be one step ahead of Roger.
Okay, the helm thing. In your world, I liked how you did the weaves. In actual Faerun, there's only one weave, and then Shar makes her own weave, and ooh, it's spooky. But I liked how you envisioned the demon weave, the Salune weave, whatever that is. And I assume the Seldarine have their own in your cosmology too. So now, the fact that Helm is the third primordial force between the moon, the sun, the moon, and neutrality, it makes sense why he was able to smite Samantha, because he's a primordial force who can control his own weave. I just wanted to remark that.
I love that remark.
Can you ever remove transgressions?
You can hold on to your Fragile Blade Swan.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that. As an addendum to the Brenner riding off on the horse, he would have left the Swan to Taldra.
A obvious missed opportunity here would be, and so I've discussed this with a couple players because I feel so strong about this. If I was redoing this game, how I would structure transgressions is there would be about a total of 7 or something like that, like kind of 7 checkpoints through the campaign where you do X, Y, or Z at these carefully defined gates where you can kind of see what the inputs and outputs are, and it's very clear the decision you're making and why you would transgress. So if this gives you insight into how I think this system went, I'm sure you can see what I would change right away. I know a lot of people thought the transgressions would never have a mechanical output, and the idea was, of course, that the sensor was lethal to some characters and not others. And by the end of this with this party, it was a little bit less. It wasn't like 3 and 3 or something, which is sort of how I envisioned it. It was more like 5 and 1 or 6 and 0.
If Brenner was at full HP or hadn't been mauled by a robot, he probably would have lived.
Yes.
I think we were joking at the end of the campaign how awful it would have been canonically if the sensor was wrong and the only person standing was Brenner at the end of it. Nothing Gold just comes to resurrect it. He's like, yay, the family's all together again, and then everyone dies and he's just in the basement like, fuck!
Calculated it, and even if every single one of those D20s was a crit, Gasme would have lived with 1 hit point.
And then she could have brought everyone back. Easy. All right.
Euros would have very much exploded.
I mean, you were
Right,
paper
because
thin by
he
the end of it.
Yeah.
Euros lost so many hit points at one point.
Yeah, Euros had a lot of debuffs.
Yeah, the elites at the end really messed him up.
Well, not
It
only
was also
that,
the dream stuff.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah,
still
he
had
had
a
a-
permanent minus 24 HP from the dream sequence, like halfway through the
Oh,
game.
that's right. From
Yes,
Ball.
It was
because he
Ball,
refused
yes.
to
Yeah.
Yeah.
kill Brenna, right?
Exactly.
Mike remarked, surprised to me, nothing gold, that I did not want to use the wish to bring you back to life. And my immediate response was, well, she wouldn't use it to bring me back.
That's true. That's objectively true.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if anyone remembers their answer to the pre-game questionnaires, like the interviews. Mike
No.
did ask, if you had one wish, what would it be? And I remember mine like not having quite worked out Engie's character yet. It was just to wish for a good rain, which was funny because Mike interpreted it as royal rain, like rain over a country, but I meant rain from the sky, just one good rain.
Yes, that was. I think the phrasing on it was. Well, I want to put it because I remember I agonized over these, and there's several things I've been wondering. Like, should I show you guys now that the campaign's over? And I think I'm not going to show you guys some of the back end transgression stuff because I want to rework the system so badly. But one of the idea, and expect to see if you play in this winter campaign, which I hope you do, expect something very similar to this. Just as you can imagine, I think I can do it much more elegantly. But the idea behind here was, depending on these answers you gave, it would lock you into certain things. Like, for example, one of them was Ada could not repudiate someone's honor, right? And this was very jarring and abrasive compared to other people who gave me answers. So the question regarding the ship is about to crash into the pier. And what do you say? Who do you, do you attempt to blame somebody? There were lots of things that, depending on what you said, I would, what's the word, opportunistically attempt to pair this to things that you could not do or standards that you couldn't hold someone else to in the game. Like there was this guiding idea of like the silver rule, like don't do to others what you wouldn't want done to yourself. You know what I mean? Like, don't deprive other people of something that you would deprive yourself to. And I don't know. Well, actually, I can say this. I don't think this system worked very well. So I think I will give it this total rework. And you may see something with pre-game questionnaires again that affect the world, but probably in a different way. I really like the idea of. I've been working on these, so I don't mind talking about it. Google Forms for character creation for things like. Tell me how you feel about this. I'm so glad you're all here. Thank you. Welcome to my focus group. Let's say you were picking a deity from a drop down. So you knew that like if I pick one of the 5 deities on this list, that there's going to be a lot of stuff written for this. And you're not picking something like Azuth or whatever where like maybe there's just nothing ready. Would something like that jibe with your character creation preferences?
I have I'm going to grab the mic for a second. As somebody else who runs campaigns and always does session 0 intake things, as a player and a GM, I recognize that no character is actualized until the first session. So what I would say is my character, Ada, answered stuff in session 0 that did not apply by the end of the campaign. It would be cool if we could re-answer them once we actualized as players for what our characters were, because nobody knows what their character is going to be until they play with it a little bit.
And it's just a dogtail on that. Me personally, half the time I don't even know who my character is, even though I'll run it through. Like I try super hard. Like who is Brenner? Who am I? I always ask those questions right before each session. I don't know who the fuck that character is until like 6 sessions in, 2 months in. How am I supposed to interact with them? Because it's like the execution is never what you expect it to be because the characters around you morph the character entirely. Sometimes it's like you'll get these scenarios where you want your character to be the face or the hero or the strongman or whatever, and that dynamic doesn't work because somebody else is already doing that, and you're just like, I don't want to toe step that. Now we're doing this a little bit different here.
I know I didn't fully answer your question about would a restrictive drop-down that worked in the realm of what is available work with your style of character creation. And I think for me the answer is yes, but for others it may be no.
I think for things like I don't know how to say this. Things that are like backstory, I don't mind things like what country are you from? I think things that are more maybe thematic or metaphor, which I feel like deities represent a lot of symbols, that sort of thing. I would want it to be more open-ended, even if it didn't result. I pick someone that you're never gonna write about.
So I think some characters, deities do have more play with. Others might not care about deities at all.
I generally agree across the board there. Like personally, when it came to concepting Brenner, I never would have hit that character if I had not just been browsing through the Pantheon and gone like, Torm, Lion Man, perfect. That's the aesthetic now.
I think if your character is going for a specific deity or group of deities, having the option to select that and have more world building around it for that character will help a lot. But otherwise, just having interactions with all the other gods definitely helps influence outcomes, which I think is pretty fun.
I think this is also a question of how the person envisions their own character. I think I build my characters from the ground up, meaning I decide on the function of the character before I decide on the style, and I think that there are other players here who build it from the sky down, and depending on which player creator you ask, you're going to come up like, will this be useful or not? It's going to depend on how you envision your character.
I am kind of curious where, like, just going around the table here, where you guys start with your characters. Where I start with mine, I don't know if this is weird, but the first question I ask, and this was definitely true of both Grint and Taldred, is what kind of death does this character deserve? Not what you want for them, but what they deserve.
This is
And
bad.
I mean, because I think death is a very important part of D&D, and it should always be looming. Otherwise, I don't know, it loses something. But that's where I start.
I think it's a great way to start. It really helps place into perspective what trajectory the character should be going in. Like, it'll bring you to those decisions. So even if they're really tough, like, I don't know, clawing out the heart of a god.
Yeah, that's a great approach that I never would think of. I love that.
That reminds me of something. So there were death sequences. Like, the only one you saw was Nothing Golds, which I really liked, by the way. But I have quite a few of these. Some of them I'm. So if you want to die, just tell me, and I can. Do you want to die right now? You can live through this experience. Some people, I don't think, Taldred, I really don't have. I have one good one for you, okay, and then I have one that it's in bright red, so I know it's bad. Taldred, judged unworthy, dead via transgression. So if you died to transgressions, the Moon Maiden cries out in total anguish as her chosen is plucked from the prime by the cruelly unfeeling gauntlet of Helm. Good night, Taldred.
Taken out.
I am curious, when you say dead by transgressions, was there more ways to die from transgressions than the censor?
Just the censor.
Oh, okay, just
Too evil to live.
nope.
Most people have. I'm pretty happy with most of the transgression ones. Would you like to hear them? Is this an interesting activity?
Yeah, I'm curious.
I like it.
I like Euros a lot. Euros, judged unworthy. Samantha has her revenge. You feel her gauntlet wrap around your brain and squeeze. Good night, Euros. I tried to make all of these very short. So like you could just like have it belt out in combat and then you just go to the next round. That was one of the goals, was you could say these in combat and just like keep the initiative order moving, you know what I mean? Like you wouldn't stop to read a paragraph or whatever. The longest ones are all 8-1s. Do you want some 8-1s? One of
I was
my
trying to die, so give them to me.
Ada has 3 that I like. One is if Ada implanted the Eye of Vecna and then was incapacitated by any force, like, if you could beat her into submission. Ada, butterfly. You are kept alive despite your lack of an abdomen. You have 5 ribs remaining. You think that you still have a heart, but there is no easy way to verify. You are unkillable, and it is thus you live on forever, drinking deeply of agony. You receive no quarter. You wither, but do not die. There is no good night for you, Ada.
There is no good night.
I like that.
Wow.
God damn.
Ada,
Right.
dead with high transgressions. Not dead to transgressions, but dead with high transgressions. Ada, grow too high and you may find your stem snapped. There is no one to come fix you in this remote location. Your cracked spine open to the air with no one to care but you. Good night, Ada. Ada, judged unworthy, dead via transgressions. It always felt unfair, as if you were held to a different standard than others. Throughout your entire life, you and the rules were always at odds. You stiffen and begin to lose consciousness. You fall to the ground with a thud and a crack. Unceremonious, forgotten, lost. Good night, whoever you were.
God
That
damn.
was the worst one.
That one's pretty bad. Brenner, betrayed, dead to party member. There is nothing but endless black here. Good night, Brenner.
Oh God.
I'm still traumatized by the 3CS one from Fall of Cormyr. That one was fucking rough.
I was
I
thinking...
actually really like the original Taldred one. where
Oh
you
yeah, where he's
become
being raised on the
Tolkien's-
platform. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
you
he's
see
like, yep.
Char's vial stiletto drip with inky poison. I think was
Yeah. Yes, there's like some... I really like that one too. Brenners were all in verse. So there's one I like, and then there's one that I would need to workshop it before I read it to you. I'm sorry. But Brenner, crushed, dead to Zentarum. Safe travels to you, old soldier. Tomorrow's luck and fare thee well. When we burn you for your fuel and light, we will send what bones remain on to hell. Good night, Brenner. Gastmere. Oh, I'll show you. There's something I really wanted to subject the party to that we didn't get to because it's on the eastern side of the keep that I'll show you in a second. Some of Gastmere's are associated with that. Gastmere, crushed. You are smeared on the cracker of the realms. The massive damage fatally cracks your skull. Higher thought dies. Your teeth are pressed inches into your gums. Blood rushes out of your mouth as your jaw cracks. Good night, Lissa. Gastmere, aneurysm, dead while raged. Your rage takes you somewhere new. A weak blood vessel wall in your brain bulges and breaks. You lose consciousness instantly as your brain swims in bright red blood. A crimson rivulet rushes out of your right nostril. A rushing river, finally unfettered from its dam. You lose consciousness forever. All this for nothing. Good night, Lissa.
Sounds like the hazards of raging.
Euros. I like this one. Euros, dead to the flaming fist. Time to meet Moss, as it were. You find yourself in a waiting room. Take a number. Sit down.
How many did you write for Euros? I feel like he was on the verge of death many times.
3. And a lot of the other ones I really don't like. But here, you want to see something goofy? Let me see. I think I still have this map loaded. If you still have Roll20 up. So this is on the eastern side of the keep. This is the stairs going one level down. Obviously, you'd see this one staircase at a time, and there's nice descriptions for every little landing to guide you into a sense of being totally anesthetized of looking for traps. Do you see the trap?
I don't think we see the screen.
I don't see the P.
yeah.
Oh, let me try again. How about now?
Yeah.
Do you see the trap?
Yeah. On the bottom right.
Yep. Yeah. So this trap could kill up to 2 people if you move into it too quickly, right? So there's this version where you can see the trap is fired.
Oh.
And one of the goals here is if you move into this trap, if you move into this trap, trigger it, and then have to get past it, the blades don't withdraw. So I had this writing for, you now have to squeeze past the entrails of your dead companion or dead companions who were almost certainly killed by this thing. So that would have been cool, right?
A lot of viscera.
We're just keeping in theme.
Was it randomly decided where characters ended up in the keep after they took the portal?
It was semi-random. Yes, there were
We did dice rolls, I think.
Yes, there were 6 guaranteed spots, and it was sometimes one of the common things in this game is one of my writing techniques is you roll initiative, and then player 1 gets X, player 2 gets X. So sorry. So depending on what order you go in, that can designate what event fires for you.
Taldrin, you offered an open-ended question about how we build characters, and we did not reciprocate, and that's burning in my mind.
Okay.
Big same.
I'm a big continuity enjoyer in conversations. I write up outlines of my characters, like a 2-paragraph expression of what it's like to talk to this person. Because the majority of what you do in a D&D campaign is you interact with other people. And then I decide if this is a worthy... it's hard not to write a character that's not, a caricature. And that's like what I'm trying not to do for the most part. I was very nervous about playing Ada because I didn't want to have it be a sexist portrayal of a woman.
No, she was
Fair.
awesome.
Alright, good. But it is easy to overplay some of these characteristics and have it turn into something where I don't feel I have the right to play.
It's very hard to do voices in a way that feels respectful.
Yeah.
I liked it, and I particularly enjoyed the fact that you played her as a character that was able to be judgmental of the rest of the party members without it being like you're being mothered. Like, that is one of my pet peeves about people making female characters and then they're playing them like they're somebody's mother. Like, that usually drives me nuts.
That's exactly right. I will add on to that.
I'm so glad you said that too, because one of my 3 outlines on the cutting room floor is that character, and I threw it out for that reason.
Yes.
Good.
I have 2 rejoinders, double rejoinder mode. One, David, if you don't, I'm sure you don't mind me talking about this. When we were planning for this campaign, you gave me 3 character ideas, and they were all extremely fleshed out. And something that a ongoing discussion we had that I think was extremely beneficial for Ada's early development. And so this is something I suggest to other players if you feel like the skids aren't really greased from sessions like 1 to 5, was we had a number of discussions about it's like which of these 3 characters would be easiest for you to write around, or like would be best to occupy this campaign, which is a great question. Like, I have these ideas, which can you help me implement? You know what I mean? So like, I thought that it was a fantastic thing, and I suggest other people, if you're having so much trouble finding your footing, let's talk about it in those first few sessions. The character might come naturally afterwards. My second rejoinder that now goes several points back is Ridley, your voice that you often used for Gasmir, this kind of like, it's like this flowing. It reminds me so much of the generic narrator in Baldur's Gate 3. Like when you click on, you know what I mean? Like when you click on an object and something like that.
It's the person who did like Melody in Divinity. That's actually like one of my favorite voice acting was Melody's character. But Gasmir's like the voice that I was going for was largely inspired by the audiobook of the Locked Tomb trilogy and a character called Ianthe Tridentarius. So if anybody ever has the chance to listen to that series, it is really good. Like, the narrator is really good, and the way that she does Ianthe's voice in particular was very memorable. Like, it kind of immediately gives like a mental image of the kind of character it was, and it was kind of the sort of character that I was going for, so. That's probably one of the first things I actually do if I, like David, I will write an outline. I'll do like a 1-page important facts kind of thing, and important to me is like appearances as well. So I usually put like half a page into appearance type of stuff. But then I also think of voice and mannerisms is what I try and think of as well, because I have characters that are creatures. I have creatures. I actually like playing creatures, but then I have characters that are a bit more elegant, a bit more sophisticated, you might say. And you don't have to actually swap the accent around too much, but yeah, I do put like thought into that kind of things.
Like affect, like the total presentation of a character. Something that you did very early on that I think that as a party we don't do enough, or I don't think enough people, including myself, lean into this, is clearly describing the appearance of someone doing something that's not in combat. You know what I mean? Like really, like describing someone's mannerisms as they do something. You did that a lot early on when you were describing Gasmir's participation in conversations, and I thought that was very strong.
I think that probably comes from RP, like in text format, a lot.
Oh, 100%, yeah. I come at characters very differently depending on my mood. The spark of inspiration for this character was Dragon's Dogma. I had just been playing 90 hours of it when we were finally like, hey, we're playing this campaign, this is a real thing, make a character. And I was like, I want to play a sword and board guy. And that just became... The way I tackle a lot of different characters really depends on what level we are too. Being told we're level 10 means I have to write a lot of story, because canonically it makes no sense that the character can just be at a place. And I think I had the most writing for Brenner of the 3 characters. Like, I had a scripter for Tyrion, Lauren was like, stuff in the Underdark happened, he went and did some stuff for level 6 or something, and then Brenner was like, a block of fucking text.
Brenner was extremely well. So you had nailed this idea, and someone other than you mentioned this in their postmortem. This idea that the arc sort of happened before the party happened, right? So like your character had an arc before the game even started, and I thought that was very powerful. Something that I thought was going to make this very easy for people is like if you have a level 10 character or whatever, and they are established in their role, perhaps it would be more natural to engage with people and be like, oh yes, I'm the hero of Kavach or whatever, you know what I mean? Just like having some type of something that you can reference in conversation very easily. I don't think that's the truth, because this just creates situations where you feel like you have to data dump, where like you have to put my like something that like Ridley, you mentioned sort of it's very difficult, especially in a 6-player party, to get your critical stuff in front of people in a digestible way. And I think that that was a huge challenge for Brenner too, was you had a detailed, sophisticated whole arc exists encapsulated in the backstory, but how do you put that in front of people without handing them a book or saying, let me talk for 10 minutes, even if that might be the best thing?
I think every important story beat for Brenner did kind of come up naturally as the game progressed. Like, I think the important parts were he's part of the Osmond Company, he used to be a paladin of Parm, his hand, Ada grilled him on, I was like, what the fuck's going on with that? And the fact that he died. I think that was the most important part, too, that did finally come up. He was supposed to be resurrected. But it is certainly difficult. You don't want to just sit down and go into a bickering thing. It's like, what's your deal? And you're like, well, let me open the encyclopedia and go down.
Something that I always caution people to, I think the weakest kind of backstories are these like, my mother's name is Helena, my father's name is Frederick, and I was raised from, it's like, who cares really? The important parts are, how do you act? What's important to you? What are you going to fight for? Like, what are like lines in the sand for your character? What are things that are going to get you animated, for a good or for bad? And I thought that's something that everybody did swimmingly here. Was there were a lot of characters who right out of the gate, they cared about something, and it may not have been necessarily what they cared about by the end of the game, but I remember very early on actually feeling a bit overwhelmed. But I was like, wow, I feel like the character plots are getting out of hand, In fact, if you remember, you were sort of you were aggressively hustled to the Northeast Gate to experience the bombing, and one of the reasons why was I was a bit worried that the game was. I was like, we're gonna be so far in the weeds before they've ever seen any main plot stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
It was definitely one of those situations where it's like your main story is up here in the top right of the screen, like, go to the thing and see the thing, and you're like, I want to click on all the NPC dialogue. I'm gonna go through every tree.
I sort of so like, and there are echoes of this constantly throughout the campaign. I had all these fucking quests, man. There was like all this random stuff that I thought we were going to go through. And like, I thought for sure, I was like, this is not nearly enough content. So there's all these like, how about John Bing? Do you remember John Bing? This was referenced once. There was this, yeah, it's like it was this subplot about an admiral of Cormier who it's based off this real thing that happened, and like he fails to show up to this battle because he thinks it's lost. Did he commit something wrong? So this was an early, did he transgress? So this was like an early thing where I was like, oh, let's show the transgression system by you mentally seeing another character go through something, just an NPC, and what do you think about that? Like, what do you internalize? But there's like all kinds of junk like that. Or there was this whole quest hook for the last words or some type of minor artifact for all of the characters from Sparrow. Right, because you're going to kill tyranny. So I had this whole idea where it's like, oh, if you intercept this communication or do whatever, then you have this way of counterspelling tyranny, or stuff like that, right? But it was like, the exact opposite was true, where there were too many quests and stuff like that. I didn't need 100 quests. I needed like 2 good ones, right? And so there's like all kinds of stuff where from the outset, I thought this campaign was going to have not enough content or not enough quest hooks. And in fact, I very quickly found myself wishing I could bulldoze over everything except for the main quest, because it was hard enough just to keep everybody marshaled for that.
And additionally, in the pursuit of pushing the main quest, there were a lot of external forces preventing us from dithering around and opening every door. So, like, for example, you gave us the armor in Central Keep, but we were suffocating. So nobody put on this armor that was specifically designed for each character. Yeah. Side comment. Let me shoot off these easy to answer questions.
Wait, not all of us have answered the character creation thing.
You're right.
You're
right.
skipping over. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I've been waiting patiently to
I'm
monologue.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I feel like Jewel has this here. I'm gonna preempt you. There's like this like nebula of mysterious ideas, and she closes her eyes and grasps them, and some of them come home and coalesce into a character. Please go ahead and answer seriously.
Yeah, I like that. That's a pretty image. I think for me, when I'm designing characters, what I think about the most is their contradiction and their hypocrisies. So identity is a big theme, inner conflict that I like to write around. So it's often like, what do they wish they were and what are they instead? And that sort of ties back to I really wanted to play someone who was not Eden, so not shy, not like overly judgmental, will do crazy shit without consulting with the party. And then I had to figure out who that character was. Ian, over to you.
Yeah, I want to know about how much Euros survives the initial conceptualization.
Majority of them did. There were a couple of rewrites. So I am very much an iterative writer. So I will iterate constantly as I come up with new ideas that I think will tie into other things as events play out. I am also big into improv and off-the-cuff things. So a lot of times when I'm writing, I will have a general concept in mind, and I will come up with like the main like like a main story beat, and like maybe a main motivation, maybe a detractor, and a couple other key points I think are very important to the character, and I will iterate upon those, and I will mostly because I have a engineering mindset, so I constantly iterate and just make sure things tie together and everything kind of works. But Yoros, a majority of him did survive. The Moss character did have a couple iterations on him though, and that was mostly just due to story beats, because I didn't know too much about the world, so I wrote Yoros outside of key plots and motivations to be kind of a blank slate and let Mike just have fun with him.
Did you have any other characters on the back burner?
I did. Yeah, I did. There were 4. So this came later, but there were 4 Flaming Fist characters that Yoros knew that had some pretty good background written for them, and one of them actually showed up in Arabelle when we were going towards the portal, and we actually skipped him by unfortunately.
It's the potions guy. When
Yes,
it was on fire,
yes, the alchemist. Yes, he was at the West Gate.
Yeah, but any of those characters could have easily been another concept, and I'm always toying with little concepts as well, and I just have ideas written down. So, like one concept I've talked to Mike about is like I have this deck of like tarot cards, right? And another character would be, well, they're like D&D specific tarot cards, but it would be like a star, like a star reader or something like that, and I would draw cards on camera, and that would dictate decisions.
I just fall part of it like he did this like dance of.
You just give me shit like he does.
No, it was mostly directed towards Dave. Because I played a tarot character in his campaign.
Yeah, but this was before I found out you were playing that character. So.
It's no problem.
Yeah, but I just come up with general concepts and I just kind of flesh them out. But I very much like to have main points that I want to do, and then I always try to iterate and write around the world once I know about it, because it makes more sense to me.
Also, I should be more clear in direction towards yours. I didn't have as much to say to you because I've directly spoken to you outside of the game. You're my boy. I know you. I love yours.
A word that I remember you mentioning when we were planning Euros, and you were telling me things you wanted to do with Euros. There's a word that I remember using that I leaned into a lot. Weakened. As we were talking about the spell plague, and I liked the idea of a character that was very powerful but fragile, and that kind of like always had. I really like this idea of Euros kind of constantly being afflicted by something. Like there's always some strange and difficult debuff on him. You know, there's always something lurking to make his life difficult, and that's sort of, you know, those types of things, like, you know, tribulations are great for playing off of. It's one of the reasons why I like things like this is I hope this is a reasonable observation. Taldred's very good at throwing up.
I'm sorry?
There's like, so if you have a I was in Sparrow, Taldred got food poisoning.
Wait, what?
Am I
In Sparrow?
Tierney got
Tierney.
food poisoning?
If you had food
Tierney.
poisoning.
No, sorry. I'm in Fall of Cormyr. Taldred got food poisoning. I'm sorry.
Wait, he did? What?
I think so. Am I okay? You know what? Let's pitch this whole point.
Okay.
I will. You know, I'll dovetail this with a thought I had about 5 minutes ago. Because I often struggle to keep. You've probably noticed this. If something's not written down, I can have these like nested problems where I'm having trouble keeping track of something or whatever. I think this is very natural and human, and everyone does this, and it's a very common DMing issue. Something that I liked throughout this campaign was if you gave me some backstory thing, I often tried to give you the sense that I had forgotten about it until it came up, you know? And there were a few of these, like Elias Kitten Solivance. I didn't want to mention this at all. Like I wanted to like get stat blocks together so they could fight and get portraits together and stuff like that, and then you delay as long as possible so that you've sort of forgotten about your own backstory, and then when you see it, it's like, oh my god, that's right, this is designed to appeal to me.
I was just waiting. Just one addendum. I will forget about this, otherwise. You asked him if he had a character on the back burner. After Brenner had his arm cut off, I was expecting him to get shot and die. So I had one backup character. The idea was, at first I was like playing around with the post-Tyrion of the first campaign. I thought that would be a great character to bring in. And then I was like, what if I fuck with that? And I really, I'm not going to do it now that I've told everyone, but I wanted to play a changeling bounty hunter as Tyrion for like a month straight, just playing him with the affect of Tyrion. Because I like to think of Tyrion as this charismatic character that's an easy farce. He's like aloof and whatever, so it's an easy, like, oh yeah, he's just some weird kid. So like a hardline like Shadowfell assassin.
That's fun. I like that. I love cutting room board characters because you don't have to withstand the negatives that you have wrought. You just
I knew it would hurt.
Ideas. You know. Okay.
What?
I only have 3 more questions here.
Great.
Did the Drow Scion ever slay his sister with Grint's realm-piercing blade?
I guess you'll have to find out, right? I really wanted to. So at some point, David, you're going to go to the Underdark, and you're going to like it, okay? And there's going to be a lot of drow there, and they're going to have intrigue, and you're not going to enjoy it, okay? And you're going to hate taking notes on this house and that house. But I really do want to. I find drow stuff fascinating, of course, and I really would like to. What does that look? I would really like to develop this into something somehow, and that was one of those plots that it's left incredibly open-ended, right? Whatever answer I give you right now is going to be canonical, right? Because you never see it. So I think I'd rather back pocket it and say I'd love to have some kind of follow-up someday, and I really do want to subject the party to the Underdark. Also, you have the benefit or drawback of Andrew really likes making Underdark maps, and we made a bunch for Sparrow and didn't get to use them.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure there's an unused Underdark sequence for all 3 of these campaigns.
Yeah.
It's almost like when we were on the precipice, you took the only character that I've ever played that's like, I've been brutally scarred by the Underdark, let's not do that. And out of character, I'm like, we should go to the Underdark, because that's gonna be sick.
Just get in the hole, okay? Get in the hole, there's going to be beholder there, it's going to be fine, okay? You're going to have a great time being paralyzed.
Oof.
Cook words, right?
There were some, like, I was going back and when I had Andrew total up the number of maps so I could give you an authoritative, I think it was 122 to 122 maps. I was going back through the original map manifests, and I totally forgot that, like, one of the things I wanted to do this game was a lot more like planeswalking and like going to other planes. And I forget what's Selûne's realm called. I wanted, we had these kind of like little sketches for going there, and dream sequences that happen sort of at the feet of the gods was this a long-standing idea I had. Oh, here's something else. If you want the stagecraft role on this Discord server, if you want to see a year of me and Andrew making maps, if that interests you at all, the process of storyboarding and map manifests, and people have expressed interest in seeing this stuff, just let me know. Just ping me or something, or I'll make a react and you can react to it if you want the role.
I think it's just called the Realm of the Moon, by the way. Extremely boring.
Just click on the wolf if you want the role.
Craig Dale.
Dale. Yes, this is in.
He related to Roger Dale.
Yes, Roger Dale had 2 relatives in the world, actually, and one of them. Do you have it open right now? It's in the Dream Atlas. There's a. Go ahead and. I almost had. In fact, I had a footnote that I deleted. The Dream Atlas is highly draft quality. There's a lot of things in here I don't like. I did not chop this through in a good editing process to make it look good for you. Okay. So I'm sorry. But you'll see, in Ada's first dream, I expected you to ask this question. Of course they're related. There's also, what's his name? The guard.
Forbes.
Yes, there were. So Walter Forbes has a brother. There are a number of.
We killed him. Yeah.
Yes, you killed him. There are a number of tie-ins like that. Were these too subtle? Does it matter? I don't know. Like I want to explore things like this, but I don't know. Does that answer your question? So yes, it was designed to be a tie-in.
Yes, and canonically, I wanted the relationship with Sarah. Sarah's cool. Craig is like borderline violent, you know. Is how it was portrayed to me, and my headcanon of it is this is, you know, one of those 20-year-old relationships that you regret in 10 years.
Something I totally forgot about this. Something that I really wanted. Here was something else that I really wanted to come up, but it didn't. You correctly assumed that Sarah and Craig were married, but they weren't married to each other.
Oh, I thought.
Did that?
I thought they were just, you know, hooking up.
Correct.
I didn't know they were married.
Yes. There was this transgressive quality to this that I sort of there were some loaded transgressions for this if you poked around and were like, wait, what are we facilitating here? What are these people doing? I also, yes, I liked Sarah and Craig. I wanted them to have more screen time.
I knew they were up to mischief, and I wanted to facilitate it.
Yeah, because they seemed uneasy. I remember thinking that.
I wanted to be the cool aunt.
Like you caught them doing something, right? Because you did.
Yeah.
I really liked Ada's dreams. Something that there were. I tried not to do this too much, but I tried to mess with people's out of character expectations. And one of those out of character expectations that I couldn't help myself to, I think this is in every Ada dream. Well, I guess in the first two, is this idea that this is going to be horrible body horror or something, right? It's like, no, it's not that at all. I really enjoyed that. I thought that was fun. I really enjoyed saying, no, it's nothing like that.
Well bamboozled. My final question. Why were the Zentarum powering both the Purple/Black Dragon Knights and the Flaming Fist? This style of question is, why does the evil empire continue to sabotage after it's won when ultimately they're sabotaging themselves?
So, two reasons. So one thing is that, and you're gonna hate this so much. Like, why not? Why don't you pit both sides against each other, right? One of the subtexts here was that there was a lot of gold flowing around, right? And some of this was in the Raymond Ross quest line that we didn't quite get to, where there's these massive amounts of gold moving around, and it was supposed to be not even heavily implied. It was supposed to be told to you that it's like the Zentarum are funding this stuff, and it's really just it's like funding both sides of a war effort, or like these pseudo, I hate to have tie-ins like this, but these like pseudo imperialistic wars in the 2000s in the Middle East and stuff, like you can imagine wars for profit, right? The other piece of it is I wanted there to be, and we didn't really get a chance to get to this, but there was this and I want to answer this canonically instead of from I realize, let me slow down here, I've had a lot of coffee today. I realize that some of these questions you're asking from a canon perspective, and instead I'm answering it from a game design perspective. So I think I've now done this to you several times, where you just want to know what happened, and instead I'm talking about how we got there. So let me cut the crap. Canonically, there is this huge leadership. Leadership of the Zentarum Empire is constantly. These forces of intrigue from inside the organization, different counselors, different spy masters, this constant, nation in flux. And something that you were supposed to get breadcrumbs for was this idea that there's this sort of pacifist, effete evil was supposed to be sort of the vibe for Shilda, right? So there's these non-violent Zent counselors who are nonetheless very evil and conniving, but they aren't going to pick up a mace and hit anybody, right? That's not their character. So one of the things that was supposed to come up was this idea of the Zent have this leadership problem where there's these ruthless, cutthroat assassins and their evil constructs at their beck and call. And then they're being opposed by these counselors from inside the organization that are more mercantile and just want to keep funding these dark projects. Like, we're going to, like, why do we have Mr. Inter done here? Well, at the end of the day, it's really to make money, right? We're going to be charging the Flaming Fist, hundreds of thousands of gold. So I wanted there to be this power struggle behind, like, these ruthless people and then these merchants of death. And we didn't get a chance to explore all of that, but canonically, one of the reasons why they're playing both sides of the conflict is inside the organization, there's a lot of internal strife as to who to support and why.
And that would make sense why they would use the surrogates to power the armor, for example, Moss, because they don't want to have their hands directly on the source of magic, because then the fist wouldn't accept it. Okay, acceptable.
I thought it made complete sense to me that this is how the Zentarum rule. They can't rule through stability. They can only rule by destabilizing. And so that's how I thought it worked out. And based on everything that's happened in these campaigns, it's standard operating procedure for the Zent.
It definitely, I had pretty much the same read. It's like, why wouldn't you try to undermine the only things that could ever combat you, right? Like the might of the Cormyrean army or the Flaming Fist are two giant powers, so pit them against each other. Sit in your Zentarum throne and go, ooh.
Yeah, I wondered what they had to gain from raising the two largest cities in the region instead of just administrating.
Well, they wanted to. So the Samantha plot was really, she wants the Zent to administrate it because it's better than being under. It's better than the Fist. It's better than chaos. It's you get the lawful good people and the lawful evil people to shake hands.
And that's my document.
Thank you for being so understanding with. How do I put this? Giant plot holes and things like that, and things that didn't quite fit together. Don't worry, it's going to get better. I realize I always say this after every campaign, and I swear one day I'm actually going to learn this lesson. It's all about simplicity. If things are clear, then you can have intrigue. But if things aren't clear, then intrigue just makes everything worse. You have to add intrigue later after you have a good basis. So don't worry, I'm learning my lesson. Slowly.
I was just gonna come in to say, I don't mind the plot holes if the game's fun. Like, this is all in everything that matters in a D&D session is in the moment. Everything in retrospect doesn't fucking matter. Did you have fun? Was it impactful when it happened? Did you go, oh shit, when Samantha fucking raised the city or whatever? Yeah, and 100% did. Or, like, you can always poke holes in the canon. You have a fucking 33 session, 127 hours played, however much more time that you went into writing all this shit. It's like, I had a fucking blast. That's all I care.
On the decision point whether you should role play hand in hand with the players or maintain continuity, it is never correct to maintain continuity. I firmly believe that. So, who gives a shit?
I had this realization. So, like, all of the art is AI art, obviously. And I had this kind of funny conceptualization of what you're talking about here, which is like, sometimes you end up with, 6.5 fingers or whatever. But that's okay because it as long as you don't zoom in on that, you're never going to focus on it. And that's sort of how I feel about things in the plot and stuff like that, where, like, if you're not talking about it, if nobody's stressing about it, what's the big deal?
Like, the problem with plot holes comes when the players don't know what to do with them. Like, if you're confused about how to handle the situation, then it becomes a problem. But I don't think we ever got to that point. We were much more happy to bicker among ourselves about our own ideas of the plot or, like, how things could have gone, and that's not necessarily a problem with obfuscation in the actual narrative. That's just a bunch of characters that don't have the whole story intentionally and have to come up with reasons on their own.
Jewel, are you drawing?
Yeah, I've always got like 4 or 5 different things up that I pick at.
That's cool. Ridley, I also want to say that your visual game was incredible.
Thank
in
you.
Mike's campaigns, I've come with like a fancy hat with a feather in it and like a big jeweled necklace, and all my shit is very kindergarten compared to what you're bringing.
No, I loved your shit. I love that you darken the screen as well, like during the sessions. That was very nice. Unfortunately, I cannot control the light, so most of my sessions end up with more light than I wanted. Because the fucking sun is rising. How dare?
Here's some cut content. Do you know about this? I've like mentioned this to a few people, and I'm so glad we never got to this, or I'm so glad I cut it. These like I call it these like modern cuts. These like things that are like hyperfuture, Farunian lore and technology and stuff like that.
Like Brenner in the cockpit of some
Yes,
50 or something.
exactly. Yes, there were a bunch of things like that that I'm so like. Yes, like being on a motorcycle. I'm so glad I axed this stuff. It could have been cool, but it wouldn't have been cool. You know what I mean? Like it has to be perfect or it's awful. Do you know what else? I'm surprised nobody mentioned this. And now that I have it in front of me, it's maybe making me rethink these. When designing characters, are the starting kits helpful? Do the starting kits help you?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they were helpful.
I think so. Absolutely, yes.
I'm definitely that player that when you say, "Hey, go make a level 1 character in D&D," I'll very happily mincemeat every single. I got 50 feet of rope. I've got 4 bags of caltrops. I'll indicate like by copper to silver, and then send that to the DM. But it's like it is somewhat of a relief to just go like, "Hey, these are the important critical parts to your character that you got from the backstory. You get a couple of items. Go free." I like them.
I think it also helps cement certain things between the player and the DM. Particularly, the one that jumps out to me is in Sparrow. Grint had multiple, the 2 different kits. One was a +1 shield, one was a +1 sword. Are you more defense oriented or are you more offense oriented? That kind of thing is fantastic, I think.
100%. I can echo that for Lauren too. You gave me the option between like an embalming fluid poison that I could use or a healing potion, and I was like, the character's way more about self-preservation than damaging others, and that actually modeled the core of the character through the campaign.
I like picking the things as well, actually. One of the... I don't remember what the other option was, but I picked... I think it was described in like a single session, so nobody probably remembers, but Gasmir had a tattoo that was like a swirly thing, and I picked it based on the fact that it actually made her immune to charm effects and something else as well.
Confusion, I think.
Yes, and I think the justification I said when I was picking that was that if she's gonna hit one of her teammates, it's going to be because she chose to do it, not because somebody else mind controlled her to do it.
Yoros' kit, it was very much playing into impulsivity and curses. Like my armor's cursed, my amulet's cursed, my sword does something.
The amulet was
I have
cursed.
a small kit. Oh yeah.
That's why he almost died every time.
Yeah, my amulet gives me +9 initiative because I'm impulsive, but it makes me take double damage.
On the first round of combat.
The first round, yeah.
That
Which
was
is
the
why I would
amulet. I
just
thought that was the
randomly
armor.
explode, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the it was one of my favorite moments was in the swamp where yours just gets like blasted, turns into an icicle, and just sinks into the bog.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
'cause
got
it was supposed to be a whole-
obliterated.
Yeah, because the premise was like he acts without thinking, and when you don't think, you get punished, and that's the whole premise.
It wasn't even it was what makes that really funny actually was that wasn't even Euros's fault. Like literally all the other characters were picking the fight, and Euros was just kind of like standing there, and then he gets like demolished.
Well, that's
I'm
why.
pretty sure Nothing Goal whipped out the gat.
Yeah, well, that's why like Yoris was getting mad at Nothing Goal all the time later on, because a lot of the times when he would get severely injured or almost died because she picks a fight, and he's just like chilling. He's just like, all right, what's going on? And then he picks a fight, and then he explodes.
That would have been an interesting conversation to have if he confronted her about that.
I think the opportunity was there at points, but it just never got capitalized on just because I wanted to let other people's story threads play out.
Well, that's something that I would advise everybody not to do, is seed spotlight, because I think we're pretty good at sharing it, so...
I was just about to make the same comment. I think in a 6-player party, everybody is extremely cognizant of, I don't want to grab the spotlight too much, but you have to. And especially when you do grab it, it can be a relief for other people because it gives them time to plan.
Yeah, and I feel like I got better with that over time, but in the beginning, I think I was just nervous to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I struggled with that in Sparrow, too.
I think these campaigns have, not to put words in your mouth, but I think that the expectations for these campaigns are very high, both from me and from other players, and like, you know, people are not particularly relaxed. I remember in the early sessions, it wasn't like everybody was like chill sliding into this game. There was a strong sense of immediate danger and immediate inter-party strife. And I think if you're a new player, that can be a little bit overwhelming, because there were like, I remember like session 1, there were accusations going out about people being spies and stuff like that. And it's like, holy shit, if you're a new player, this can be a lot to deal with. And feel like, do I want to butt in, or am I about to get airlocked, you know?
These campaigns have been a little intense.
That's what we want, is intensity.
100%.
You know, here's a this is again, I'm putting words in his mouth. This is a Dave idea, I believe. I'm fairly sure this is a Dave theory. If you are going to play games for the hack and slash and getting good items aspect, you can do this better through CRPGs or ARPGs. Like if you just want to level up and get items, Diablo is going to do it much better than I can. It's just the reality of the situation, right? You're going to have more fun in a situation like that. So what we're searching for in D&D is this specific qualia. We're trying to say, we're trying to have the experience of a role-playing game that you can't have in other places. And as a result, you know, I think we lean really hard into the social aspects of the games as a group, because that's where you have these intense D&D experiences that you can't have in an RPG, in a CRPG or whatever. Like, this is something you can't do in a video game, so why not lean really hard into these interesting social aspects and the way that you disagree and fight and, you know, accuse each other and butt heads.
It's more than that too, where it's I think like even in a CRPG, you can get a cool sword or whatever. And you're like, I have the Everburn blade from the demon in the very beginning of Baldur's Gate. That's gonna serve me well, and I love this thing. But you're never gonna have the experience of like Tyrion, like finding this dead person's black sash and that becoming an iconic part of their character. You're never gonna have any moment like that because it's literally impossible. The game's not coded to have a personal experience that you can then tie in. I think that's the beauty of D&D.
I also think that most video games, the only way to interact with the world meaningfully is by killing something. And especially in these campaigns, it should be, and it is, that the players are reticent to kill somebody. That is a big, life-changing event, typically. So,
something I like a lot in these games that I certainly feel very strong about, and I feel like I have all the players buy-in for this, is this. I think there's 2 ways to approach I'm in a city in my Dungeons and Dragons game. One is I'm blending into the crowds, I'm seeing what's going on, I'm talking to people and stuff like that. Another one is like, oh, we entered the thieves district, we're going to fight some thieves. And then we're probably going to fight another group of thieves. And, you know, and it's more about like resource management and stuff like this. I'm not speaking ill about these things, but, you know, there's different types of games. And like sometimes you can do a lot of interesting world building through these fights and stuff like that. but I find it hard to suspend the disbelief of I just killed a bunch of people or whatever and it's fine. And I even tried to, if you played in Sparrow, I tried very hard to subvert this concept and have these people be like stage hands going on stage to remove bodies and stuff like that, which I thought was really funny and cool. And it's like, if you kill people in a town or whatever, this should be like intensely horrifying. Like imagine in your real life if you heard that like these 6 people came to town and killed 10 people or whatever, it would be a massacre. There would be a Wikipedia article. Right, so like it shouldn't feel like you're just going around slaughtering people and it's insignificant. But I suspect one of the ways that this is often implemented is like how in games where, again, I think me and Dave talked about this the other day, but it's like in games where you go and like how does a character have development? Well, they fight an elemental that's called my insecurities or whatever, and like I killed my insecurities, like that's that's one of the ways that you can have these conversations. But I like it a lot more when we just talk it out instead of rolling dice.
I think there's also a really great example. I said it in the document. I think the best episode of this campaign was the one where we had no combat, and it was perfect. I mean, clearly there's a number of episodes we had no combat, but everybody wants combat with Samantha. I think that the tensions were there, like we want to see a big fight or whatever, but I don't think that narratively it would have felt as impactful if we had to roll dice against it. So just seeing her duking it out at the end, and I think that elicited the response we wanted more.
Something I liked a lot was, and perhaps this was unexpected, was you thought people died in cutscenes, right? What about you're killing people in cutscenes? Isn't that crazy? You know what I mean? Like I hope that this was as revolutionary for you as it was for me, but I like this idea of it's like roll to hit Maris's neck or whatever. It's like why? Like what does this possibly gain? Or it's like like if Yoros wants to walk up and kill Samantha, that should just happen, and like I think that's very powerful, and it's so much better if if you don't have to pick up dice to do it. Nothing is Ridley. This is nothing against dice, by the way. I like dice very much.
I think the best way to describe it is that dice are the arbiters of flux. They're things that should be A or B responses, failure or success, and there's things that should just canonically happen. Like you said, if you walk up and choke out Maris, she's like, well, fuck. Perfect. Or just stab Samantha.
I think dice exist to add tension to the world. You express a desire to do something, and the act of rolling dice and calculating gives like 20 seconds of impact to every decision, and sometimes that's not necessary.
Yeah.
That's a good observation, that when you stop to roll, it adds tension and adds a natural break. That's a good angle I hadn't thought about.
And it pretty much has to be like 20 seconds, right? If it's too long, the tension dies, and if it's too short, it was like insipid.
Why did you even roll?
Yep.
Really common mistake I see a lot of like really early DMs do is you have a DC 5 check. Why the fuck do you have the check in the first place? Just cut it, you pick the lock and move on.
Exactly, yes. There was somebody who had characters roll literally just walking on this slightly slippery ground or something.
Oh, you've critically failed, you've broken your ankle. Yeah,
it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I like the approach of if somebody's skilled at something, they should just be able to do it. Because it's like...
Yes.
Because, I mean, it parallels real life. Because if a baker bakes 100 things a day for over X amount of time, they can do that with no effort whatsoever, right? But if, like, some schmuck like me who barely ever cooks goes in and tries to make 100 things, it's gonna be fucking awful. And it's just not gonna happen.
I actually liked how that was... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, as a general rule, that's exactly the reason why I don't like crit fails on the skill checks, because even on my bad days, when I'm drawing, I'm still going to draw something more than a stick figure. And I feel like the skill checks always failing on a 1, which is 1 out of 20, is actually quite often. Like, if I failed 1 out of 20 of my drawings so badly that it turned out to be a stick figure, that's unrealistic.
Yeah, or it's like, or it's like if I've been engineering for 15 years, and it's like if I suddenly can't write a for loop, then what the fuck is going on with that? It's like that's the most basic of things.
I think it's good. Something that's sort of similar is having things that aren't checks, like social stuff. Like something I really enjoyed doing to you guys was when you're like, "Oh, can I roll insight on it?" It's like, "Nope, you can't. Figure it out. Do you know? Maybe you know. I don't know. Maybe you know. I'm not sure." And isn't that more fun than like having you roll? I don't know. I really like that as like, especially when when I'm trying to deceive you out of character. It's so much more fun when you can't roll to check my deception.
This is
I
something, relatedly, this is something Mike has actually said to me verbatim. Jewel, you just assume that everybody's being truthful with you. I was like, oh, that's gonna fuck me up now.
You
Just really bad at telling when people are lying OOC. None of my characters are going to be successful at this because I suck.
It's a good skill to have, right? Deception detection. Jewel, you have a way of assuming that people have the best of intentions.
That's also gonna fuck me up. Thanks.
It is. Well, yeah. I mean, it's already happening, right? Nothing gold got disintegrated. I think I gave everyone who requested the stagecraft roll. I did not police or edit this channel, so I don't know what you may find minor rants about your characters. I don't know. I don't think so, but I think at least once I was complaining in here. So you might find complaints about yourself, and I'm sure it's perfectly fine. But don't take it personally. It's kind of what I'm saying. I'm like scrolling up now, trying to think if there's anything goofy in here, but I don't think so. You'll see a lot.
Bank pin is here.
My bank pin. You'll see a ton of. I'm just scrolling up. There's so much storyboarding, and there's so many. You get a sense of how many maps Andrew made and how much better we got at making them. Oh, I found Arya's kit. I really like Arya's kit. Oh man, you guys should have fought her. What else did I like in here? I didn't want to like drag you guys through like, oh, I like this item. I like that item. But there were some cool items, weren't there?
A lot of the items were very, very fun.
Just refuse to touch any of the cursed ones.
I think we ended up only using like 10% of our items.
Yes, that's a learning experience for me. I just need. It's the same way with transgressions, right? Instead of 100 miscellaneous items, you need like 10 super high impact items.
Can I give you a counter opinion?
Fuck. Yeah, go ahead.
What we needed was a campfire day, so we could focus on items. Because we walked into every session.
A tavern
we were
day.
talking on the mine. Yeah.
You're right.
I said something similar about how we had these. I like one of my favorite things about the campaign was the items, and how we had these incredibly powerful artifacts that we did not utilize as well as we should have, considering what our undertaking was, like considering the severity of the mission and all that.
I
So
tried
it's true.
to share the book. My character got frustrated. She tossed it. I was fully expecting somebody to fucking grab it. Nobody did.
Weren't we in the middle of combat at that
We
point?
were.
Well, when the combat ended, I mean, there was time at the people were faffing about a tiny bit at the end of it, and then I was like, well,
Is that when we were in the
nobody
hallway
picked it
and
up.
Yoros
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
knocked down?
Yes.
I actually
Yes.
loved that sequence of you go for the wish or you go for the book and we get gems, just wealth beyond measure at the most inconvenient time possible. That was such a beautiful moment.
Yeah, that was like that was probably one of the most anticlimactic roles that you could get, and that's why it was actually pretty funny.
No, I
It
love
was-
Gastomir tossing the shit across the floor and it's scattering. That was
Yeah,
great.
I took that chance to like I said, I actually tried to share the book because I was like, perfect. Now I don't have to like fucking hang on to it on my character. Somebody else can people were dying to draw from it. Somebody else can do it. But I think we kind of forgot as well. We were busy.
The Black Deck itself was. This was, of course, something that if you may recall that I've been working on this for like 2 years or something. This thing has been like ongoing as I've been trying to make a Farunian tarot deck, and I really like some of the effects I have it up right
Can
now.
each of you roll now, please?
Hey, you guys want
D20,
to?
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
just do it. Give them to me one at a time.
12.
12. 10 of cups. Receive an overflowing sack of golden gems. Sound familiar?
The same fucking thing.
That would have been great, I'll be honest.
6.
Ooh.
6. Kellamvor, death, die.
Yep.
Let's see.
Brutal.
Your Kellamvor, death. Your heart is rended into 1,000 pieces as if by sharp metal combs. You are killed and unable to be revived by any method.
Rip.
8. 4 of wands. Become irresistible. This would have been good for you. You permanently gain 4 charisma. You can choose to make any saving throw as a charisma saving throw.
Oh.
Holy
Wow.
There's some really good and cool ones in here.
16.
16. Torm, vengeful. Name a creature and slay them. Name any creature. There is no range
Brenner
or
Oswald.
sight requirement. This creature is instantly reduced to -1 HP with no save and will start death saving throws if eligible.
Would it have worked on a god?
No. I think that there's some restrictions on a lot of these.
12.
12, 10 of cups. That's overflowing sack of gems.
We
I'm
got
just gonna
720.
re-roll.
Do it.
14.
14, 2 of swords. Never hit again. You are sworn to a gesh of pacifism. You cannot hit any hostile creature with any attack or ability. You are unable to attack regardless of the circumstances.
Can you imagine?
I can. It was how Nothing Gold was played anyway.
We would have avoided so many fights looking back on it if you had rolled that earlier.
Like some of these are King of Cups, crowned, 13. You become an avatar of power. You can see invisible, gain a +10 bonus to your initiative, and can levitate at will. Once per long rest, you can cast the 7th level wizard spell, Finger of Death. Some of these are sort of. I really like this one. Oh, this is if you made me like, if you let me fudge a roll to give one of these to a player, it would be this one. Helm, Justice, punished with a ball and chain. An indestructible magical ball and chain is attached to your left ankle. The clunky chain is too short to allow the ball to be carried. The ball weighs 50 pounds and limits the wearer to half of their normal speed. All strength and dexterity checks are made at disadvantage. The chain is loud, making noise and alerting creatures in a large radius. Any attacks made against the wearer are at advantage.
What was Galvanize, the natural one?
Galvanized, the tower. Gain 5 AC of natural armor. Gain resistance to bludgeoning damage.
Oh, really?
It's not
Okay.
bad. No, low did not mean bad on this.
I know that, but when I saw Galvanized, I actually assumed something similar to what you just said, but I thought there might be some kind of drawback with it as well.
I was imagining a team.
You say 5?
Sorry, go on.
Did you say 5? Selune, the moon. Purified by the light. Radiant and fire damage now heals you. You gain immunity to disease and poison.
Oh, that would have been so rad.
I thought that one would have been something horrendous for some reason.
Some of them were the short description is deliberately vague or deliberately I could see how you could take it either way.
I think my risk assessment was based on the fact that 5 would be bad. So my risk assessment was slightly off.
I think the expected value, I think about 12 or 13 of these are good, and then 6 or 7 are bad or neutral. Some of them are sort of complicated, and I wish I had, like Arabellan Crater, Hierophantic Mantle. This is so, like, imagine having to implement this. Gain 7 points of wisdom. You gain the spellcasting abilities of an 8th level druid. 3 known cantrips, 4 first level spells, 3 second level spells, 3 third level spells, and 2 4th level spells. Your spell DC is 8 plus proficiency plus whiz unless you possess a higher spell DC already. Your spell attack modifier for these spells is proficiency plus whiz. It's just like, imagine you're Brenner with no wisdom, and suddenly you have to do this. Like, yes, it's cool to have the spellcasting ability, but it would be kind of tough to manage.
How about if we're mid-combat and we have to pause the session for 30 minutes?
Oh, God.
Yeah, so that Brenner can pick all these spells totally.
Yeah.
There were
I
also
think of all people, I could have handled it.
yes, that's true. Yes, of all people, you can handle it much better than me. You may remember this. At one point, all of these cards had these like page-long descriptions and like little narratives to them, and this was just like too much. Much like the death sequences, I tried to cut all this stuff down so it was really short, so that if we had to read it during combat or during something tense, there wasn't like 10 minutes of flavor text talk. But one of these has a tyranny quote. It's the long form of 6, Kellenvor death. I've always found it extraordinarily hard to believe that death is the end. Who could condemn me for planning for the afterwards? It stands to reason that if there is another life after this one, then this world is merely a prologue. Any actions that I have taken which you disagree with will count for nothing when we iterate next. Tyranny Fang, Spymaster of the Zentarum. Did I say that too fast to parse? Sometimes I watch these videos and I'm talking way too fast. This is also the original source of Apple from Afar. That was initially one of the items that you could have gotten from the Deck of Many Things.
I liked that one. I was gonna use it to feed the horses, but then that same session we abandoned the horses.
Your tyranny quote reminded me of Sparrow's eulogy for tyranny that never got fired. That was something like, close isn't good enough, you ever-loving fuck.
Yes. Yeah. It's like you, here, I could find it if you want it.
Your betrayal results in death. Something of that.
One of the reasons why I sort of, and Dave, I feel like you and me sort of abraded each other a little bit when we were talking about this last week, or 3 weeks ago, was I was like, hey, I hope you guys agree that I have total creative control for this. And, sort of like, well, then why are you asking, which is totally reasonable. But one of the reasons why is the Sparrow endings document is really complicated. And I tried to set it up for the end of Sparrow was supposed to be, look, here, you're on the precipice, and now do what you want, and I have a bunch of stuff planned. And, it's like, oh, there's 50 choices. But if you pick the 51st choice, then what the fuck was the point of doing all 50 choices? So that was something that I very much tried to carry into Arabellan Black, which was I wanted to make it so that the choices were very either narrow or not there at all.
And then somebody eats the heart of Mistra.
Indeed.
And now we have a story to tell people forever.
Yeah.
I think one of the best parts about this campaign, comparatively to the earlier ones, is there was just strictly an obvious end.
Yes.
Right? Like, you're just like, you go to Zental Keep and do stuff there. That's the end of the campaign. Everything beforehand is a prologue. Which I think really helped just know when things were going to come to a term of finality. We didn't have the fuck,
Speaking, I'm just scrolling past this. I really like this. This was a death sequence from Sparrow. If you got slain by Lorne, which this never happened, obviously, but I really like the intro and the extra for this. It starts with, you have one last thought as you die. Please don't let him experiment on my body. I think that's a really good one.
Don't worry, we just have a heart at the end of the worlds with that character instead.
I remember at the end of that campaign, you kind of quickly asked everybody, are you ready to let go? And then Jewel was like, no.
Jewel was the only person who followed what I thought people would do. I thought people would have a hard time. I thought people would agonize over the end. And it was a bunch of people were just like, let's go. People just put up their hand and were just like ready to go. Jewel, as I thought people would do, was extremely anguished by it. And, it was tough. I came who found this document with me? I see someone else in this document with me. Who found it? I'm so impressed. How you found it so quickly?
He's the master of Google Documents.
I have a folder for all the documents for each D&D campaign, and I categorized each one. It was simple.
I feel like at the end of Sparrow, Ridley had to talk to me to talk me down from feeling so sad. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, that happened. And then I was like, hey, want to play in the next campaign now that you've seen how this one has traumatized me?
You want some psychic damage?
I love psychic damage.
And it's not that I didn't experience extreme anguish over the death of our characters, because I 100% did. That's actually the biggest thing that I can take away from this one, is that in Brennard's mind, we had a good end, so I didn't feel fucking awful for 2 weeks after the campaign. Yay!
I did. This was a bad end for Ada.
Oh, 100%.
Sailing the Astral?
I turned into a villain.
Again.
Twice. Yeah.
I was an idealist. I was like an ideologue politician. I was like, yeah.
So a villain.
Yeah, right.
All politicians are villains. Come on.
I never finished the document that I sent to Mike midway through the campaign, where I was just like, this is Brenner's perspective on the campaign so far, and I had like a little list of mostly like, this is a thing happened, this is opinion on it, but I also had a specific like, this is Brenner's opinions on each party member, and Ada was the one he trusted the absolute most, which I thought was hilarious given her, I use the demon weave. It's like, if you said some shit, he would be like, yeah, I mean, you're the like, most level-headed person here.
Oh no. Well, Ada was supposed to wear her heart on her sleeve, so
Oh, horror.
not much help back.
I was actually testing out something that still surprised by their pseudo good ending for some characters, I guess, because I was testing out a piece of advice that I saw on a TikTok video. Don't judge me, I love TikTok. That was to play your character as if you were driving a getaway car, which I thought was very, I don't know, it's like, you know you're gonna ditch it at some point, right? It's gonna blow up, you're gonna drive it off the cliff, anything can happen, really. Just don't get, like, too attached to it, kind of thing.
First of all, no, I will get too attached to it.
They're my children.
I do that as well. That's my usual problem.
Second of all, is this Gasmir's good end?
I'd say it's her, like, it is an end in which she experiences some kind of character growth, which is more than I actually expected of her, because I expected that she was fully just going to keep being a dick and not get anywhere. And then she was going to die horrendously. No, I wouldn't really call it like a good or bad ending, really, in that sense. I feel like Brenner got like a good end.
Yeah.
And I'm actually really happy for Brenner, because I'm a little bit tired of the endings where the grizzled veteran dies with a death speech and everyone's really sad because they like that character a lot and he gets to live.
I have multiple comments.
Yes.
I've spent a lot of time in the Epilogues document for the past 3 weeks. Thing number one, is Gasmir's end a good end? Something that I changed, I used 3 different words here for the last word of Gasmir's, which is, 1,000 voices in her head, but none from her friends. Growing lonely like and I tried steel, statue, and we arrived at monument. And I think monument is by far best in there, and it adds this like, it's like lonely and eternal. I don't think it's a good end. You know what I mean? Like it's sort of meant to be desolate and bleak, and everyone has walked away from you despite your power.
Yeah, you still did get your parents' love. Even
She
after
wasn't
all that.
going to get that either way.
Yeah.
I also
I think in a sense, the good part of the ending is that if you get to say fuck you to parents who didn't love you in the first place, then that's good in a way.
you can grow to surpass your circumstances.
You just have to live with the constant stream of AOL messages.
My friend whose parents died said his relationship with his parents got way better when they couldn't talk back to him and say the wrong thing.
Yeah.
So maybe you're in that position right now, Casimir.
My favorite line, and actually I have two favorite lines in the epilogues, and I'm going to steal the spotlight to talk about them. I know it's really late. Thank you so much for... We've been here for 4 hours. Thank you so much. This is above and beyond what I expected from this session. One, this was like one of the first things I wrote when I was imagining the end of this game, and it's related to Brenner and Nothing Gold, right? And this idea that there's a fire high on the mountain that Brenner is inexorably drawn to. And Brenner's last line, I don't know, doesn't this make you emotional? It makes me emotional. And so he found himself riding north, looking toward the cragged horizon where a distant wildfire drew him up the mountain and around the bend. I just love it. The other one is...
I like around the bend there.
Exactly. Yes, I don't know what it is. Something about the last couple words, it just really works. Yeah, around the bend, I agree with you.
Makes me think of No Country for Old Men.
A little bit, yeah. But it also definitely, like, swallow... What words am I trying to use here? It just basically gives the idea that the story isn't over for the character. Like, Lawrence very much had a, you got stabbed and your story is done. But Brenner clearly has more story to tell.
You can even, now that you have the stagecraft profile role, you can see me agonizing over this earlier today because I probably said this, and the final version was reworked. I probably said this 100 times today in an effort to make sure that I was able to deliver it extremely decisively. Let's try again. The Fist quickly reoccupied Arabel and started to set their sights south towards Suzail. Go ahead, try to say that quickly. It's harder than you'd think.
Singing practice for theater in high school.
Diction is done with the tip of the tongue and the teeth, baby. That shit will stick with me for the rest of my fucking life.
We had many mumbling mice are making merry music in the moonlight. What does that mean?
What was that one?
It's like a swamp creature is hissing in the elevator, except it's in Finnish and it has so many S's in it.
And despite the fact that Brenner's end might have been good, I also really appreciated that we fucked up a lot of things throughout the campaign, and I like that that was part of the epilogue. It's like, oh yeah, there's still a lot of political turmoil, and also they have no money now, so everything's fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another reason why I say we got a good end, because I'm not totally sure we deserved a good end. So I feel like we got away like fiends.
We got the goodest end we could have.
I mean,
Agreed.
a lot of responsibility was put on our characters, so I think there is an argument to be said that, you know, that was not all on them.
Agreed.
Did you?
And it's certainly more than going at this from a cosmological angle should have been put on them, right? They're just 6 nobodies who are just out there to try and kill a despot, and instead we end up in the middle of all this political turmoil, getting the opportunity to make incredible decisions. It was crazy.
I think the blame matches with the morality of the campaign, though, because incidental decisions that the heroes made were blamed on them. Like, killing the whole kerfuffle with the Flaming Fist was blamed on Euros. Agent Kind dying was blamed on Ada. Maris's machinations were blamed on Taldred for just killing her. Pretty much every character was blamed for something that they could have changed for the better, but didn't.
But we got the heart.
We got the heart.
We did one thing.
But they still raised Arabelle, you know?
I think the takeaway there, though, is that if we hadn't taken away the heart, the massacre in Arabelle would have been like much more severe. There'd been many more knights around, which would have stood in our way probably. So
Yes, that was the plan. I also, here's something you mentioned earlier. Here's to latch on to something Dave said about like rolling with the narrative versus rolling with the players. Something where I'm so glad that I didn't try to be strict about this, because it really would have destabilized the campaign in a nasty way. I wanted there to be, as soon as the Heart of Ox is burned, Yoros loses the ability to cast from the Shadow Weave. This is very intuitive, right? So, but I don't think it would have been very good, even though it would have been very decisive, if when you said, okay, me and Brenner Dimension Door out, say, you surge with the power of nothing. Okay, 20 Dragon Knights come and kill you in the basement. That would not have been a good end for those two characters. So I'm glad that it's like, well, let's play it as something gradual that like slowly withdraws. Seems much more reasonable than it's like, oh, you wanted to be the hero? Well, now you're watching for 10 sessions and the party can't possibly kill anything in Zental Keep or everything would have to be rebalanced.
I'm just as a side of things that I'm glad we got to see happen. When you told me I get to do an extra 12d6 fucking radiant or fire damage, we finally got to do it. I was like, shoot through the sea data, do the thing.
Wasn't that cool?
Do the thing.
We roasted those idiots.
They almost roasted us.
I didn't want to use any spells. I was saving it for Tyranny.
Well, I wanted you to fight Tyranny. I thought this is not this. In some ways, this game was. Forgive me for bringing up previous campaigns so much. In some ways, this game was Fall of Cormyr-like for me, and that the game ended about 2 sessions before I thought it would, and that there was probably at least a little bit more string to run out in terms of going to, like, obviously there's writing around, you go and confront Tyranny, you go and fight Tyranny, so it sort of ended unexpectedly, but it ended unexpectedly in a way that may have been more decisive than if you had followed the tracks on the ground.
I actually felt kind of bad about that because a lot of that came about from Taldred's insistence on getting out of the keep. But I mean, that was just like what he would have done. Like, he did what he was supposed to do. He doesn't want anyone else to die on his watch. That reflects poorly on him. So let's take a win and get out of here. That's what he wanted.
I can't believe Taldred Salune's chosen.
You know what? He got shit done though.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because something that some things that I thought you might do. I thought you might say, "Damn you, Spectre, you're no Saluna," something like that, or you would be told, "Leave, save yourself," and then you would be corrupted by your horrible companions who would use their silver tongues to talk you into doing something other than what your deity told you. In which case, my headcanon for what happened to Taldred afterwards would be very different. Right? So I thought that Taldred's end is heavily influenced by this idea of his deity said, please do this, even though you're going to be going upwind here, and then you did it. So of course Taldred has this good idyllic ending. It fits, it makes sense. It's like narratively continuous, right?
I think there's also a really big struggle in D&D where you're playing a character, right? And that character always wants the path of least resistance. The character always wants the easy way out. I want to go kill the villain. It's done. I want to go straight off and go do this thing. And as a player, you want the hardest and most decisive things to come to this character. You want to see the character go through turmoil and these other things. And the constant butting of heads of where that character should go is somewhere in the middle. It's like, coming out of the story of kill Tyranny, the design document where we don't kill Tyranny obviously feels bad, but at the same time, trying to justify Brenner or Taldred or anyone there that's like, their entire core is like, the people are alive, we did at least something. Why wouldn't they just fucking leave?
Maybe the Tyranies we killed were the ones that we killed on the way. No, wait.
I mean, I was talking to Mike right after the end of the campaign, and it really does feel in a lot of ways that the story of the campaign was the political turmoil. It wasn't the Zental Keep didn't matter. It's the capstone of the story, sure, but like everything in between that, the Samantha plotline was the story. That's the campaign.
Yes. This really surprised me, but yes, I feel the same way. I made the comments to my number one sounding board, my wife, and she mentioned the same thing, which was the game sort of felt like it really ended when Samantha died, right? Like that was, or certainly that was when the main plot felt like it concluded, and then everything else was sort of, it was almost like an expansion pack, was how we talked about it, which I think is a great way of looking at it. If you've played the video game Baldur's Gate 2,
Throw it a ball.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say, for me, one of the ways that I naturally conceptualized this was Zental Keep felt like throwing a ball.
Jewel, you got cut off like 6 times. I want to give you.
Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was gonna say I liked that it went full circle from Taldred being like, everybody should vote me leader, and everybody just shat on him, to at the end, he did actually get that moment of like being the valiant leader, shepherding everybody out to safety.
Through Gastomir's incredible power, but yeah, no.
I think it's
That's
also
true.
narratively really nice around specifically Taldred getting to do that too. He's a character that's explicitly in canon lore lost multiple parties of people around him. You've lost the Griffin Company, you lost the group with Tyrion and Chuckles and Morella, and all of this lost, and you're just like, fuck it, we're leaving. We are staying alive.
Maybe it's in a way anticlimactic, but at the same time, I am actually quite fond of endings for villains that don't involve killing them. So this whole idea of Tierney, who wanted to be probably important and be the spy master of the Zentarum and be this big bad villain person, and he just completely got ignored, basically. We just left him on red and we fucking left.
He's like in his big antechamber, just like going over his villain speech.
He's got the cat in his lap, he's stroking it, he's ready
like,
to swivel the chair.
He's like rearranged his desk like 5 times. He's like, what is the most optimal villainous desk setup?
Yes. Should I sit like
the
this,
pens
or
together,
like
or-
this, or...
Are you?
I feel like we were the bullies on the schoolyard that just walked up to him, swatted his toy out of his hands, pointed at him, and then left.
If you're still in Roll20, okay. Also, Ian, I love that. If you're still in Roll20, I just put this is Tyranny's Sanctum. This is it's a Z-axis nightmare for you, where you start on the bottom here, and you have a moment to observe Tyranny before he starts casting Finger of Death and similar. He has a number of high level spells, and he works to try. The second you appear, he immediately attempts to end you.
What are the statues?
Just statues of Cyric.
Okay.
This is one of these things where some of these maps, there are details where I was like, I don't think the party is ever going to ask about these because of what I think is going to happen in the room. So
I'm sorry about the light bulb.
what do you mean the light bulb?
I think we were in the final session where we were downstairs, and I was like, hey, what's that light bulb on the wall?
No,
It's a light bulb.
well, no, that's exactly that's what I wanted. So did you notice that the deeper you got into Zental Keep, the more sophisticated the lighting was, and there was more technology and stuff like that. There was also I think there's chatter about this in Plane of Earth, but one of the things that me and Andrew worked very hard to do that I think we're going to mark as successful was, how do we include machinery and have it not become like physics questions and stuff like that? Like, we wanted there to be this stuff. It's like, there's air coming through here, and it's like, well, where's it going, and where's it coming, and where's it going? It's like, it doesn't matter. Okay, I don't even want you to think about where these fans go. I just want it to be like, these are fans that move air. Okay, if you break the fans, you ain't got no air. Okay, that was really supposed to be the it's like a linguistics trap, something that I really thought would trap somebody. And somebody mentioned this in character, was the phrase life support was meant deliberately ambiguously, where I wanted people to be like, it must be for Mystra's life support, let's smash it. And of course it's the life support for Zental Keep, right? But I sort of, one of the things, and maps exist for this, that one of the challenges that you could have had to deal with was, what if the whole place is filled with smoke? What if there's fires burning? Yes, exactly. Not again.
And that's why Taldred is the person who brought that up. And that's why I was constantly asking about the air, because this is something that Taldred would be incredibly
Cognizant of.
Yeah, or sensitive. He would be very sensitive to that.
Jewel, you had a little nitpick with that, didn't you? Your 2 hours of looking up how your engines work.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I watched 2 hours worth of lectures on how coal-powered power plants work.
Did you really?
Yes, because we cut the session there, and characters were like, "NG, what do we do?" And then out of character, I was like, "What?" And then, Ian was like, oh, I know exactly what this is. I was like, oh, there must be an obvious answer. Oh, shit, I'm going to go study.
No, it was like it's not like your knowledge of coal power plants. It's like insight checks. You know what I mean? It's like there's like DCs for it. You know what I mean? The game assumes that you know nothing about coal-fired power plants or boilers, or you know what I mean. Like the game assumes that you have no working knowledge of this stuff, and it assumes that you'll roll checks for it. You know, it's the same thing with like, not everything should be a Forgotten Realms knowledge check. You know what I mean? There should be stuff where like it's like a religion check on dice instead of like, oh, do you know that, if you lost your keys, you should pray to Shar?
Speaking of which, I was curious. You said you had statues of Cyric, but Shar was also implicated multiple times. Was
Yes.
was Cyric under her, working towards her goals?
Working there was this is also a plot that we didn't get to talk about very much. Shar working with the Githyanki, Cyric sort of being the boss of all bosses at the table here to sort of bring all of the evil powers together. There was sort of this idea, sort of like the air system, okay, where are the Zent ever going to be the good guys? Is Cyric ever going to be a force for good? So this is like non-ambiguous stuff where like you can kind of easily say like, this is evil coded. Is sort of really sometimes what you're trying to achieve with this stuff. And you're trying to make it so there's elements of the plot where it's like, oh, I don't have to figure this out. This person's the villain. I've sort of grown on this idea, even though for years I've been making fun of people who say things like BBEG and stuff like that. I think it's really a bad narrative technique. But if your villain is unclear, it's hard to run a plot. So this is one of the reasons why this game why was the codename Kill Tyranny? Well, because the central thrust of the game was clear before session 0.
I also don't think it ever came up to mattering, right? If it was Cyric or Shar or whoever. I think you've evil coded Cyric pretty fucking well throughout the campaigns, and I think it's very clear that that's the under thread of like, he stabbed Mystra, probably. He gets into Lorne's mind on the ship and tries to freak him out. He gets into Ada's mind and tries to freak her out. Like, I think that's very clear. Like, he's the guy doing the stuff, but it doesn't matter. We're not gonna go kill Cyric. We're gonna kill the guy that's like, hey, Cyric's a cool guy.
Oh, didn't you like the scene? This reminds me, Lorne and Cyric in the crow's nest of sparrows.
Yeah,
that was a really good scene.
Like, a lot of these touches with divinity, because they are so brief, are incredibly evocative. Obviously, like, it's a great way to hit baseball bat out of the park when you just go, fuck one character in particular, time stop, your eye's gone, here's Cyric in your brain. And you go, well, fuck.
I will say in my own defense that, Cyric being the god of lies, I at least know that, he lies.
With Shar being basically the Lady of Loss, did you eventually plan to fully incorporate her for Yoros if he just kept losing too much and he just turns to desperation like he almost did on his last down?
There was a stuff that was planned. If Yoros prays to Shar, there was a sequence planned for that. Like if remember I was talking about this earlier, like if character prays, there's stuff written for that. So there's stuff like that. I never had like there is no Shar token. It was not planned that Shar would make an appearance. Some like it would have been the same way with if Nothing Gold, not that Nothing Gold would ever do this, but Nothing Gold praying, plaintively to the Seldarine for help or something like that. There's something, there was writing there, but there was not like a Corellan token or whatever. Some stuff is forced to be theater of the mind, I think, or like it's easier if it is. It's getting pretty late. Should we wrap it up? I feel people. Thank you so much for coming, guys. This was the best campaign I think I've ever been in or run. I had such a good time. I hope to see every single one of you this winter for my next campaign, and schedule willing, I'd like to get started in December or January or something, and I really do hope that every single one of you is interested in attending and continuing to play. And it was the
That's
best.
a hell yeah, brother.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.